All right, let's see. Um, okay. Let's see if that is any better. Let's see. Let's see. It is showing up on my side that the mic is working now, whereas it wasn't working a minute ago. So definitely let me know. Yay! All right, Glenda can hear me. And Lori, thank you. Awesome. Thank you guys. I really do appreciate you guys for letting me know that you couldn't hear me and now that you can. I really appreciate it. So today is the big game show day, and because obviously my audio wasn't working, today is Sunday, February 11th. We are showing during the massively popular NFL game that I don't want to watch because it's not something I'm interested in. And so we are going to sew instead of watching mainstream TV. Hi, Shannon. Thank you so much for joining me. I watched yours earlier, so thank you. I'm glad you got over here. How are you guys doing today? And yes, Lori, thank you. I am finally up to 60 subscribers. I hit a goal. I wanted to get up to 50 subscribers by Tuesday so I could do a giveaway. And you guys have answered. Thank you so much. I am so appreciative. Yeah, it's not quite evening. Well, I guess it kind of is evening. 4 o'clock is close enough for me. But I know East Coast is definitely evening time already. You guys have a late start for all the festivities and the games and the the watch parties and all of that. So in case you did not catch my live on Tuesday, I put out a request to see what everybody wanted me to work on. I have been working on recently, it's in this back corner. I do apologize, I'm not going to bring it up just right now. But I have been working on an Elizabeth Hartman pattern called Star Systems. And I have a long, long way to go before that is ready. And I also have 5 quilts that I have backings for now. So I was going to see about getting those basted and get them ready to quilt. And I wanted to know if you guys wanted to watch me work on the Elizabeth Hartman or watch me quilt. And you guys actually wanted to see me work on a new project. So to tell you a little bit about my quilting process, yeah, Shannon, thank you. I am so excited. 50 was my goal number, so hitting 60, I'm over the moon. I'm so excited. I know 60 really doesn't sound like a lot, but I had my channel up for the longest from like 2020 with the face masks, and I had some tutorials up. Really didn't feel comfortable in front of a camera, and I think I topped out at 6 subscribers. And then when I started this, I actually lost some of those subscribers, which is fine. It happens. Everybody changes who they want to watch and who they don't want to watch. I'm not going to be upset about that. So I'm definitely glad to have company. So Tuesday night, make sure you tune in on my regular weekly live, and I am going to do a giveaway on Tuesday night. I am so excited. I have been thinking and thinking and thinking about what I want to do as my giveaway. I think you guys will be very happy with what I have chosen to do. I was going to do a gift card to a local Wyoming quilt shop. My plans kind of changed for that, but I do have another idea in mind. So I am super excited. So you guys voted. You guys want to see my new project. I usually work on 3 projects at a time. So I have a super secret project that I am working on. If you are a member of my Facebook group, you will be able to see my snippets of that. If you have not joined my Facebook group, you are welcome to join. I'm going to put exclamation point FB in the chat for exclamation Facebook, and there we go. Nightbot is working. And if you click that link, that will take you to the Facebook group where you can join. We are still very small over there, which is perfectly fine. But I am doing my snippets for that super secret project over there. I cannot do it on my lives. It is a gift. So you guys will be seeing me work on 3 projects as I'm going. I will be working on the Cotton Cuts Tree of Life puzzle mystery quilt. This is my first time doing Cotton Cuts. I actually was on live yesterday with Katie and put my Clue 1 together. I put both 1A blocks and both 1B blocks together. So if you want to catch that, you might have to jump back over to Katie's channel. I did not do an extra video, so I don't have an extra video of it. I do have a picture, but I have not posted it in the group yet. I will get that posted up in the Facebook group. I also am working on, obviously, the Elizabeth Hartman, and I have my 3rd project. So technically 4th if you count the Cotton Cuts, but since I can only work on it once a month, it's in its own special category. So I want to show you guys real quick. I am going to share my screen. So in just a second, I put out a request on my Facebook or my YouTube community page, letting you guys know that I was going to be working on a QuiltWorks project today. QuiltWorks projects are paper piece. They are foundation paper piece. Awesome. Thank you, Glenda. Yeah, I'll get over there and approve everybody that joins. Hi, Charlotte. Thank you for coming in, stopping in. I appreciate it. So QuiltWorks projects, the QuiltWorks project that I'm about to work on, all of them are paper pieced, and they provide you newsprint patterns when you purchase a pre-printed pattern. And if you can download the patterns and print them that way. I have not done that yet, but this is my 2nd QuiltWorks project. I have done one prior to this. So I'm going to show you, I had a poll out, and this is the project that was requested. Hi, Vintage Style by Joe. Hi, glad you stopped in. So this is the project that was voted on that people think that I might be working on, and it is gorgeous. It is not the project I am working on, but it is gorgeous. So it has 8 center diamonds, and then it's got a round of 8 around that, and it looks like there's four different styles in that 2nd colorway. So you would have one section there, one section here, one there, and one there. And then you will have your outer spikes here, and it looks like those are also different colors. And then you will also have your round here. And they are saying that this comes out to be a 57-inch square quilt. It is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. However, this is not the one that I am working on today. So let me show you guys what is showing up on the QuiltWorks website for my project. This is Prismatic Star, and this is the project that I'm working on. The current project is newer than the one that I am working on. This one comes out to be 68 by 68, and let me see, mine, okay, the cover does not say. I will have to look at my pattern instructions. However, mine is the original pattern. It says that their current pattern is not compatible with the originally published Prismatic Star, so anything prior to 2018, due to a change in the size of the stashing strips. It is compatible with the blocks in the Prismatic Star Queen, so that is also available as well here on the QuiltWorks website. So when you go to quiltworks.com, you can go to products and go to patterns, and then you can sort A through Z or Z through A, and scroll through all the patterns that they have, a lot of them are discontinued, or the one that I did previously was discontinued. This is current, however, mine is the discontinued version. So I'm going to swap back over so you guys can see me. So let me show you. I'm going to bring back up my cover art real quick. Let's go back over to my cutting table. And this is my cover art, Prismatic Star. So that is what we're going to be working on today. This one was done with a jelly roll pack. It was called a Bali Pop, I believe. Let me pull my directions real quick, because I literally have just opened this in the last couple of days. So they yeah, it was a Quiltworks prepackaged strip set, and it's supposed to be done with 48 colors. However, I only had 40 in my jelly roll pack, so I did have to buy a second jelly roll pack to be able to do mine. So let me go ahead and swap you guys back over. There we go. So what do you guys think? Are you excited to see how this is going to turn out? So I have my instruction sheet, so I'm going to go with that today. And I have done some prep work. I haven't done a whole lot, but I have done a little bit. Oh, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. Guys, I am so excited. I put up a goal to hit 50 subscribers, and as of the time we started this, we are at 60. I could not be more thankful. You guys have just knocked it out of the park. I'm so insanely excited. So, I have divided up all of my packages of my papers, and I have clipped the strip sets in the order that they called for. So are you guys here because you want to see sewing, or are you guys here to avoid the game, or both? You know I've got to ask. You know I've got to ask. All right, so I'm going to swap you guys over so I can show you a little bit up close. So the jelly roll pack that I'm working with is Magic Gems by Wilmington Prints. So this was a very, very, very bright jelly roll pack, and it only comes with 40. I don't know if you can see that or not, but it only comes with 40 of these jelly roll strips. So my pattern needed 48, so I had to get 2 of these, and so I've got 32 extra strips once all is said and done. And when you lay these jelly roll strips out, there is a template that you lay down and you cut. Doubles of it. Watching you end the game. Okay, I can handle that. I know when I'm not one. No, I'm just kidding. All right, Lori, you're making supper. Now you know you got to come make enough for the rest of us, right? You know you've got to help us out here. I don't know what my husband's gonna fix, and I don't know when I'm eating. So yeah, no, I don't know. So you lay out the template, and I think I've already put my template strip away. But you lay out your template strip on your jelly roll, and you manage to cut 2 stacks of this from your 8 strips that you need. No game on here, says Charlotte. Hey, I'm doing laundry, then driving from New York to Pennsylvania. Well, maybe you can listen along, Marianne. I would love for you to listen along, but definitely eyes on the road while you're driving. I do not want to be responsible for no eyes on the road. All right, so let's see this. So each of these, this is the sew sheet that we've got. So I've already sewn my 4 for this set. So this is unit A, row 3, and this is unit A, row 3, and same and same. But what we are sewing first is we are going to sew along these lines right here, these solid lines. These dotted lines are where your seam allowance is. So we're going to sew with our seam allowance there, and then again we're going to sew with our seam allowance and sew with a seam allowance. So we're going to have 3 seams on these template or on these foundation sheets. And then once we get done sewing all of these, we're going to take and we are going to follow along the part 2 cut lines. So there's part 2 cut line 1, part 2 cut line 2, and part 2 cut line 3. So what we're basically going to do is we're going to have our pre-sewn lines and we're going to slice these open or slice these apart. And so we'll have 4 strips out of each of these strip sets to be able to put into our diamonds. You could do some snacks though. Oh yeah, absolutely. We got to have some snacks. Absolutely. So I told you I did get started a little bit in advance. So I did go ahead and get one of my strip sets put together. So this strip bundle has 2 different purples and 2 different blues. Yeah, absolutely, Charlotte. Paper piecing is not for everyone, but if you've never tried it, this one would actually be a good one to start with, but you definitely, if you can find a QuiltWorks instructor in your area, that would make this a lot easier. QuiltWorks, I love them. I really do love QuiltWorks patterns. However, they are a little bit intimidating for the first time paper piecer. And I feel like, so the other pattern that I did was definitely more challenging. Thank you, Glenda. These are beautiful colors. So the first QuiltWorks pattern I did was a lot more challenging than this one. I mean, just it hands down. There was a lot more cutting. This one I cut out I could have cut it out all in one day because it was just cutting from Jelly Roll strips. However, the other pattern that I cut out, oh, that took me a week to cut everything out. QuiltWorks is intrigued a different paper piecing pattern because I haven't heard of them yet. I might have to check them out. I'm not a paper piecing fiend. Like I won't do everything that is paper pieced. I'm not like that, but I'd like to know the process behind all of the paper piecing patterns. So with QuiltWorks gives you, let me go grab it. Hang on a second so I can show you guys. And like I said, this one was insanely easier to cut than the other one that I've previously done. So this is actually, and apologize for the misspelling, I didn't do that. But this is the template. So you stack up your 8 fabrics, and they tell you what order to stack them up in. You stack up your 8 fabrics, you lay this template on top of that, and then you go ahead and slice it. And these templates are, oh, okay, gotcha, yeah. Intrigue, I can understand intrigue and fright at the same time. That is, and fascinated at the same time. That is definitely, I've been there. I know exactly what you're talking about. There was a long time that I wouldn't touch a QuiltWorks because I was too scared to. Because I thought you had to have a QuiltWorks instructor in order to be successful. But I bit the bullet and decided I was going to try it. So QuiltWorks does give you templates for all the pieces, and I do love that. I have not found any other paper piecing patterns that I have done in the past that has had templates. Templates mean that you are pre-cutting your strip or your piece or your whatever shape or whatever, and this one does not have it, but my last pattern did. The last pattern that I did actually has like text on the template that says sew side, SEWSID. So it actually tells you which side is going to be your sew side. So the nice thing about this pattern, especially once you get into a rhythm, you don't really have to think about it a whole lot. You do have to lay your first piece on whatever pattern you're doing, you do always have to lay your first piece wrong side towards the paper. All of the other ones after that are going to be right side to the paper, but it's going to be right side to another fabric because you are sewing on the opposite side. There are other techniques that you can do, and I will spill the beans a little bit. I will have a paper piecing pattern that will be coming out. I'm hoping I will have it ready in April, although it I will only have part of the quilt actually done because it is going to be a temperature quilt. But I do have a pattern that will be coming out, and I would love to walk you guys through how to put it together because there are going to be some paper piecing aspects of the temperature quilt, and it's super easy. I'm not making it very hard at all because I don't want to scare you off from being able to have success with doing something like this because paper piecing can be rewarding because it's all it is following the line on the paper. Yeah, some of the so Charlotte put in the chat that some of the QuiltWorks videos do make it sound that way, and I'm thinking she's saying that they make it sound where it's definitely intimidating, and while they're gorgeous and they're very detailed looking patterns, they do take some time, especially some of those more detailed ones with all the extra triangles and all of that. I like the fact that paper piecing does take the angles out of it for you, especially with QuiltWorks because, the templates have that sew side information on there, so you don't have to think about it too hard. So I am going to go press this real quick. I do have a camera set up on my ironing board, but I'm not going to swap cameras 3 million times today. So bear with me just a second. Let me do a quick press. And I am going to press this without steam. I do sometimes use steam, even with using paper piecing. Uh, I don't mind that the paper shrinks a little bit. It doesn't bother me. I did take this jelly roll, both of these jelly rolls, or everything that I was using rather, all 48 strips. I did take them and I pressed and starched them, so they do have a little bit more give or a little bit more body to them. Yeah, they do want you to take their classes, but with any good paper piecing, pattern company, I don't blame them for wanting you to take their classes because that is revenue for their instructors. So they do. There are actually QuiltWorks instructors that the whole point of taking one of their courses is that you are going to be able to complete it just like the instructor could by the time you were done. So, I mean, they do have some methods. I did have a friend that got me into even considering doing QuiltWorks. She did take a QuiltWorks class from a QuiltWorks instructor, and she came back with some tips that I would never have thought of. There's like some layering things that you can do and things like that. And the QuiltWorks instructors are going to be familiar with every last one of their patterns and have the know-how for each of them. So you're not having to try to figure it out on your own. You are learning from somebody who has the inside scoop. It's like, knowing when the Black Friday deals are going to be. You're getting that ahead of the game kind of scoop in order to know what you're going to do. All right, so I am struggling a little bit with this piece because my piece is over the seam allowance, and on my previous one I could see a little bit better where my seam allowance is. Let me see. Holding it up to the light isn't any better. I'm going to take this over to the cutting table. So I am going to swap you guys over there real quick. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. And I'm going to use a regular ruler. I'm not going to bother with pulling out my add a quarter. My add a quarter is a really short little add a quarter ruler. And so I'm not going to bother with pulling that out. So what I'm going to do And if you were using an add a quarter, it would be the same concept. You are going to take and along, oh, I apologize, I didn't realize I wasn't in frame. Along this line, you are going to create a fold. And I'm just doing a light creasing right now, just that way I've got something started on it. And this is a little bit longer than the area where I set up for the camera. So I'm going to do a light little press. And I mean, you can press it as much as you want to. If you want it super tight, you can do it super tight. So what you do with an add a quarter, if you have an add a quarter, is you're aligning your edge. Their add a quarter ruler has a lip to it that is 1/4 of an inch long. So all I would have to do is slide the ruler up against the fold and it would stay. I wouldn't have to worry about it. If you do not have an add a quarter or you haven't invested in a longer one yet like me, you just need to line your 1/4 inch line up with the edge of your fold, and then you're trimming away from that. The other QuiltWorks pattern I did, I had seam lines that went all the way up to the edge, so I couldn't fold and use add a quarter because I was going to be ripping paper. So I did end up having to use a regular ruler in order to do that. So once you have your seam allowance, I'm going to put my fabric right side down up against that seam allowance. And then I'm just going to flip back over. And so all I've got to do now is I've got to just sew along this line 2. And that new purple fabric will be attached. So that is my fabric 8 for this grouping. So I'm going to go back over and swap you guys back over. Oh, I missed some comments. Hang on a second. Let's see what I got. And I love any event that involves food. You have spoken my mind, Shannon. That is perfect. Yes, absolutely. Especially when it's like finger foods or whatever that you can, just pick up a little bit here and there and not feel guilty about. Because when you don't use a fork, do you really count the calories? You know, you know what? I didn't put my fabric far enough down, so I'm going to slide it down a little bit. I was going to miss some of my fabric on this seam. Would a light box help? It would on my other pattern. It would have. I have a huge picture window off to the side of where I'm working, and it's light enough out there still that I can use it. And if I hold it up, like up here, I've got my machine light that's going to hit and come through, and that would help some. But this fabric is definitely a lot darker, and I don't have to be super precise because these do not require the full 2.5 inches. Gluten-free pigs and blankets. Honey has some next door, but all gluten-y. So laundry and run for me. Oh, yeah. I will say having dietary restrictions of any kind makes food a lot more of a challenge than we'd like to admit. And you guys, let me know if my machine is too loud. I can see if there's settings I can change so you guys aren't just listening to a machine. I want to make sure you guys can hear me over the machine. And I did decrease my stitch length a little bit. So it is at a 2. It would normally be, I want to say at a 2.6 or something like that, maybe a 2.7. But I did decrease it for the purposes of doing paper piecing. My last one, I had it way down because the pieces were a lot smaller, but I don't need it for this one. All right, so we now have that purple strip on, so we've got one more strip to go. And I don't know how, yeah, there you go. You can see the shading of my fabric behind the line. This one actually lined up even better with my seam allowance. So I'm not going to have to take it over to the cutting board and trim. So I'm going to be able to get it a little bit tiny. My last project my last paper piecing project, I used a 1.7 or 1.5 millimeter stitch length. This is a 2, so it is not super tiny. You know what? Let me see what my original is. My original is a 2.5, so it's not super tiny at all. So it's just a little bit decreased, mainly because I am going to be cutting these apart and putting them back together with each other in a different order. So I'm not super worried about these like I was with my last project. The last paper piecing was a lot tinier pieces, and I had a lot sharper points and tinier points to work with. So it's definitely, this one's a little bit easier to work with. So the part that I'm working on now, I will have one more just identical to it. So when I cut these strips, there's a little bit of selvage edge on one end, and then there's a lot on the other. So the shorter selvage edge that, would be small scraps, I just went ahead and clipped those together. They want you to go through and label your fabrics 1 through 8. I could not be bothered to do that. That was a lot more labeling than I felt up to doing, especially after having to do all the labeling I did for my Elizabeth Hartman pattern. So I opted not to worry about that this time around, and so I just clipped my selvage pieces together. That way I can see what they're going to end up being. So, alright. So this is the next strip set. So these are fabrics 3, 4, 8, and 7. So we got 3, 4, 8, and 7. Alright, so that is that strip set. So now I've got 2 more to go before that grouping is done. Let me get my little clip that fell. Now, have any of you actually ever worked on a QuiltWorks before? Because I know QuiltWorks is that intimidating factor. So I do apologize. I'm looking at the chat and wondering where everybody is, what everybody's doing. So I don't think I know there was somebody else that was going live, but I don't remember when they were going live. Like if they were going live at the same time I was, or anything like that. I was hoping not to step on any toes, trying to pull a big game so day. Alright, so fabric 2 is going to go down first, and then fabric 1 is going to go on top of it. And guys, please let me know if I get boring, or it's just a lot of repetition, or if you'd like to see a different camera, I can definitely swap over. I don't want anybody to feel left out or anything like that. Everybody's so quiet. Everybody is so quiet. I know I talk a lot, or I hope I talk enough. I feel like I can sometimes get too quiet. So now we have got our line 1. Scheduling must be tricky. Yeah, it really is. I decided to start going live on Tuesday nights because I didn't think anybody else was going live, because I didn't have anybody else that I was following that was going live. And after I started going live on Tuesday nights, I found that I wasn't the only one that was a quilting creator, and I felt so bad. But I mean, the day kind of works for me, and I kind of have to work with what I've got. And then again, scheduling and jumping over and all of that. So, you guys, you can, if when you're doing paper piecing, if you want to set the seam, like put a little bit of heat on it, that will shrink up your cotton thread stitches. So you can go ahead and do that. And I've got a little scraggler thread here from my strip. You can set your stitches. You don't have to, but you can. That is entirely personal preference. I know a lot of people don't. I know a lot of people also have those Acorn Easy Press pins. I just got one and I like it, but I'm not ready to use it on this project. I mean, it probably would make everything absolutely lay flat, but I'm just not ready for it today. Today's just not the day for it. So I'm going to swap back over again. And you can absolutely, with this pattern, she's got instructions for chain piecing, but I'm not quite ready to chain piece on this. I think I'm just not settled that I'm comfortable with it and making sure that my colors don't get out of order. If I didn't think my colors would get out of order, I probably would. But I think they would get out of order. I was originally going to do this project with a pack of jelly rolls. It was all different shades of green, and they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous dark greens. But my husband and I both looked at it, because I looked at it and kept looking at it and kept looking at it. I'm going, I don't think that's going to be bright enough. I think it's going to be too dark, and I think we're going to get stuck. All right, so I had this lined up, I thought, and because I did press this jelly roll, it did bow a little bit. So my jelly roll strip is not completely straight. So you do kind of have to watch for that. So I do have my seam allowances at the ends, but it's going to go over seam allowance in the middle, which I could go back to the iron and press that a different way and get it to lay flat and not curve, but I think we will be okay. So Yaz on Tuesday and Saturday nights. Oh, that's where you buy a lot of your fabric. Gotcha. Well, hi, Chloe. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. All right, so you guys, Chloe is the one that voted. So I'm going to go back and show real quick. So Chloe, I am going to be doing Prismatic Star. I wanted to show again, Chloe had voted and she picked, thinking that I would be doing Wishing Star. And it is gorgeous. I absolutely do love it. But I am doing Prismatic Star. Let me go this way. Nope. There we go. I don't want to go through all the pages. So Prismatic Star is still available. And that was the one clue that I gave as to which QuiltWorks pattern I'd be doing. However, my pattern is prior to 2018. And the current pattern has been resized. So my pattern is not compatible to the current pattern, but it is done the same way. It is the same kind of concept. So I'm going to swap back over. And yeah, absolutely, Chloe. I was so excited when I saw your answer. I was like, oh, that is my next project. It needs to be. That is so pretty. I had not even seen Wishing Star, I will be honest. I have had this QuiltWorks pattern and the feathered snowflake tree skirt pattern for probably a good 7 years at least, because I didn't buy them after my husband and I got married. We've been married 7 years. So I've had these patterns at least that long, if not longer. And I just have not gotten around to doing them, and I figured now was as good a time as any. And my husband wants me to enter this in a quilt show this year, so I am going to try to get it done in time. So we are going to take a look and see. So you see I have a very, very wide seam allowance because I'm so sorry, a very wide seam allowance because my fabric just overlaid so much. But we are going to make sure that it covers to my next seam allowance, and I can see through the paper and it will cover just fine. So I'll be able to go press this and then come back. Ooh. So for those of you who weren't here at the beginning, I do want to let you know I am so thankful for all you guys getting me to 60 subscribers, or that's what I had when I logged on today. So you guys are welcome to correct me if we get more subscribers today. I really appreciate everybody. And I will be doing a giveaway on Tuesday night. So please make sure that you join in on Tuesday night. I want everybody to get an opportunity to win because you guys are helping by subscribing to my channel. So thank you. I do have Nightbot working. If you have not already joined in, that I do have a Facebook group that is for the Siberian Wind quilt group, basically, just so you guys can share photos of your products. I do have a super secret project that is up on the Facebook group. It is one I cannot share on my channel until it is done and gifted. So I do have somebody who could potentially watch my channel and who would, it would spill the beans. So I can't do that. So I can share it in the group because I can make sure that people outside of the group can't see it. So please feel free to join. I will make sure any pending joins will get approved as soon as the live is over today. And if you want a link to that Facebook group, just type exclamation FB. So exclamation, basically Facebook. Yeah, Nightbot is here. That's how I got my Facebook thing in here earlier. Let me go ahead and put this one in here for the Facebook group. So I do have exclamation Facebook. I do also have, I want to give help to all of my friends out there that I watch regularly. So exclamation point friends gives you a list of everybody. And so I've got Becca from Becca, Debbie from In Quilt Effect, Donna from Handmade by Yin with Donna, Fallon from So Be It Quilt, Ian from the Off Kilter Crafter, and Katie from Greenland Quilters. Sean is from The Guy Who Sews. Shannon is from Slay Arts. She is in the chat, or she was here earlier. I've got Teresa from Teresa Louise, I Quilt Too, and Tiffany from Tiffany's Quilting Life. Tiffany was my gateway drug. Tiffany got me started on thinking that I might be able to do this just because I was watching her. She didn't do anything special. She was just being herself, and I love watching some Tiffany. So I'm definitely a quilter that uses for my stash and loves, anything that comes my way. So absolutely, I'm not as fast as Tiffany, but that's okay. I am perfectly happy with, how fast I can be. Yep, Charlotte, there is Nightbot. So I do have a giveaway set up. Yep, thank you, Chloe. Yeah, these are all people that I have some kind of appreciation for one reason or another. I will tell you, Katie at Greenland Quilter gave me my start a little bit. she was doing a New Year's Eve live, and it was a 12-hour live, which was a huge ask, huge challenge. And but she was offering if you wanted to come Zoom with her and be on her channel, you could come Zoom with her. And yeah, it's still here. You're welcome, Shannon. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're still here too. Thanks. Um, so Katie had her 12-hour live. So she was the first chance I got to be on YouTube, on live, and actually kind of test my wings and see if I felt comfortable being in front of a camera, especially being in front of a camera live. Because I never imagined that I would ever try it again. I tried doing some YouTube videos back in 2020 and was just never comfortable. Yeah, Chloe, absolutely. I was on Katie's channel yesterday as well. Katie had a live where she had Kim from Cotton Cuts on. Kim was there with us for about an hour. Kim and Katie were doing the Cotton Cuts Block of the Month color challenge. And we also had Mona from Mona Did What over there on the channel as well. And so it was really kind of nice to have all four of us there at one time. And yeah, so I did get to work on my cotton cuts while I was there and was able to pick Kim's brain just a little bit. Thank you, Charlotte. Yeah, I've been over on Katie's channel a couple of times now, so I'm kind of blessed that I was able to get that opportunity. And I am, she really does have a big following, so I'm really glad that she opened that door and gave me that opportunity. So I'm really appreciative to Katie for that. And I know she's been here watching uh, a few of my lives so far. She's caught several of my Tuesday night lives, so I'm really kind of grateful for her for that. And Sean has caught me on one of my lives. I believe it's actually my first live, and he has invited me to come join him on his channel. So we have got that a date set for that. It's off a little bit in the future, so I'll have more details coming up closer to when I will get to join Sean. I am so excited to go sit on his channel for a morning. I will say though, I'm going to have to go to bed super early. I am not a morning person, and I have been trying desperately to catch his Saturday morning lives while he is live. And this mountain time thing is just it's rough. It's rough for us mountain girls to join the Eastern time community. You're fascinated by my channel name. All right. So I actually started out, and I'm a semi-retired, I'll put it that way, semi-retired professional photographer. And I was partnered with another photographer for a while, and they had their own publishing name, and it was not their legal name. And it was the first time I'd ever seen a photographer that didn't publish under their legal name. So I thought that was kind of cool. And they invited me to go ahead and find my own, photography publishing name so that I could, also do that as well. And my first dog that I ever owned, I did not own a dog until I was an adult. And that dog was a Siberian Husky. So I don't know if you've ever owned a Siberian Husky or not, they are definitely the big fluff balls, and they will shed like crazy. They shed 2 times a year. They shed January through July and then August through December. So you have 2 shedding seasons for a Husky, especially living in the Southeast. But he was my first dog, and I absolutely loved him. He was the closest thing to a cat because I previously owned cats. He was the closest dog to a cat that I could find. And my photography partner was helping me learn how to care for a dog. And so I went with Siberian because I really liked that. And my favorite element, a lot of people have fire or earth or water. I am a wind child. I am all about the wind. I am ever changing. I am ever ethereal, if you will. Like that is me. That is who I am. So I chose Siberian Wind and just put the word "the" in front of it. So yes, they are amazing dogs. So Chloe, the fabric that I am working with is from Wilmington Print. I do not know if it is still in print or not. I did get it recently from a shop that was closing, but I do believe it is a currently available option. The jelly roll packs that I got were Magic Colors. There's 40 jelly rolls in the pack, and I needed 48 strips, so I got 2 of these. So that is what I'm working with, is Magic Colors. And what I've seen on the selvage edges is it says Essentials for Wilmington Prints. So a lot of these may be in an Essentials line of some sort. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it works so well for a photography publishing name. And so, kind of when I wanted to publish anything under quilting, I really didn't want to go back to my legal name. And I know, and this is me, I'm not a feminist, I will say that, but I'm not anti-feminist or anything like that. I don't take a political view on it. But I will say this, as women, we frequently are the ones that change our last names when we get married. I changed my name with my first marriage, and I changed my name again with my third. I kept my last name for my second marriage. I didn't change it. But when we as women go through and change our names, then we have all this documentation that follows whatever last name we had at the time we accomplished it. And I felt like that was not something I wanted to deal with. I didn't want to publish under one name and then for any reason if I decided to change my last name to match or to through a divorce or through marriage or whatever, I did not want to go through and republish. Now when I put quilt labels on, I will still put my legal name on there. I won't put Siberian Wind because although people can look me up, it's just kind of not tactful unless they are buying specifically from something I intended to create under my pseudonym. So if I create something that is, like I've got a niece that is now pregnant, and so I made a baby quilt for her first baby, and I would love to make one for her second. So as soon as I have information that I would need to customize it, I will be starting on a baby quilt. I believe my niece is due in about 3 months. So, I mean, I just found out. Everybody else just found out. So they kept it a secret. But when I put a label on the baby quilt, it will be with my name. It won't be with my pseudonym or my publishing name. So my family gets the benefit of my real name. Everybody else gets to know me by something a little bit easier to recognize. My real name would not be super easy to recognize or pick me out of a crowd or anything. So I'm going to press this, and this is the last strip set in this row section. So I'm going to go ahead and press it. All right, so I'm going to take you guys over to the cutting board real quick, and I'm going to show you all the strip sets. So this is strip set 1. They called for fabrics 1, 2, 3, and 5. This is strip set 2. They called for 2, 1, 4, and 6. And this is strip set 3. And I know it's 8 and 7. Okay, 3, 4, 8, and 7. And then this is the last strip set with 5, 6, 7, and 8. So what's going to end up happening when I get ready to do this, or when I get ready to get to the next step, is I'll flip these over and I will trim just these outer sides. and then I will come through and cut these apart. And so out of this, I will have 4 of each of these. I'll have 4 strip sets of this that are diamonds, and so on and so forth. So I will have a total of 4 times 4, 16. So I'll have a total of 16 pieces, and those will get rearranged to make 4 diamond units from that set. So I am going to take my clip with my fabrics in line so I know what order they're in, and I am going to clip that together and set them aside because that is going to be one of my outsides. Alright, let's swap you back over. Alright, so what is everybody working on today? I know somebody was making dinner, and I don't know what dinner she was making. I'm inquiring minds want to know. And I know Shannon said she was going to watch here and on the game. Oh, and how is you guys' weather? It is 38 degrees out here, so it's not awful, but it is definitely not warm. I mean, I moved up here for the not warm, but it is definitely not warm. Alright, so this is another row 4, so I'm starting with fabric 5. And coming back here. And you guys, I can see that there's 13 viewers. I am so thankful for all of you. Thank you so much. You guys have no idea. Unless you're a creator, you have no idea how much it really, really helps. I feel blessed that 13 of you are here with me. I never imagined that starting out my 2024 would be like this. So I'm very appreciative. I moved to Casper in 2023. I previously lived in Alabama, and I lived there the majority of my life, with like a few exceptions. I lived in Alabama. You're in Texas. Ooh, you started with rain. It's sunny but chilly? How does that happen in Texas? You're doing goats and PJs. Chloe, I didn't know. I'm dying to start that one. And Pat Sloan's What's in Your Closet So Long. I'm going to have to look into her so long. I haven't seen what she's doing. A Mercantile Sampler from Lori Holt's blog. Okay. I will have to check those out. Those sound exciting. They sound very exciting. And I do not know why, but it feels like my machine is literally moving as I'm sewing, which is not the way I normally feel that it works. But I definitely feel like it's moving today. You get weird weather here? So, what part of Texas are you in? Are you in the north, west, east, or south part of Texas? Because, you can drive for a day and still be in Texas. I've driven through Texas many, many times now. I feel like I can drive for 3 days and still be in Texas. Just one block for a mini quilt for goats and gyms. Oh, okay. Are you doing one of the forward facing, or are you doing a side facing, or which one? I still have to get my pattern. A friend of mine got hers, and I was looking at it and just salivating over it. Because I think that will be it might be a later 2024 project, or it might be a 2025 project. I'm not sure yet. Near San Antonio. Okay, that's near the southern border, if I remember my Texas landscape correctly, I believe. And you will have to forgive me, I have never lived in Texas. So Texas is a little bit foreign country, but I've driven through. Our youngest lives right side facing. Okay, awesome. I will have to go look at the pattern and see, because that's exciting. I want to see that when it's done. I'm super excited. A lot of people say they won't do that one because of the tiny pieces, but the tiny pieces don't bother me. They don't bother me a bit. I will work with tiny pieces all day long. That's okay with me. Yeah, South Texas. Okay, yeah. So my youngest lives uh, on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So in order to travel from Casper, Wyoming, our best route is to come down through Denver, come down and go all the way south through Colorado, and then hit New Mexico, come across, and then I go through Wichita Falls, and then down to Dallas, and then over through Louisiana to get to the Mississippi Gulf Coast. It's a long drive. It is a very, very long drive. We did it 2 times going down and 2 times coming up this past summer. So I'm not sure how many times we're going to be doing it this summer, but it better only be twice. It's a pretty trip. It is a very pretty trip. Oh, and my brother at one point lived in Corpus Christi, Texas. But I don't think I went on any of the trips to visit him while he was living there. I think that was only my parents, if they visited at all. Alright, this one's kind of tight. This one's kind of tight. Let me see how bad. Ooh, way too tight. Alright. So you guys get to see something I haven't shown yet. You get to see my Jack the Ripper. We're going to call her Jill. We're not going to call her Jack. We're going to call her her. Because she's very helpful. I don't feel like, in my experience, the guys in my life are not typically sewing friendly. Like, they know the basics, but they don't know how to sew. So we're going to call my unripping, or my unsewing partner, we're going to call her Jill. Corpus is fun. Yeah, I will have to eventually get down there to visit Corpus Christi. I've heard that it can be exciting. I'm not sure how much exciting I'm really up for, but we're going to try it. We are going to try it and see. Alright, we're going to see if I can fix this. No, I'm going to go back further. I'm going to have to go back and repress and press it open. And I would normally cut my stitches, like every 2 or 3 stitches, and then pull the thread from the other side. That is my normal unsewing method. But I just feel like doing it this way today. It's a little bit more dramatic, I think. You guys can see it literally coming apart before your eyes. So, if you haven't done paper piecing before, and you do need to rip, the preferred method is not what I'm doing. The preferred method, and I'll do it for a little bit. The preferred method is to come up to your fabric side, and you're going to come in and cut every second or third stitch. You don't need to, let me put this in front of the camera so you can really see. You're going to cut every second or third stitch. You're not going to actually rip the fabric. You're going to just rip just that stitch. You're just going to cut that stitch. And then when you go to pull it up, it pulls up easy peasy. And then when you go to the back side, go to the paper side, if you want to pull a thread, you will have kind of a long thread to pull. And it won't do a whole lot of damage to the paper. because you don't want to damage the paper, especially if you don't have backup papers, which I don't. Yeah, Jackie the Ripper. Okay, that works. Yeah, she can be Jackie, I guess. I guess I think of Jack and Jill went up the hill, but that nursery rhyme actually is kind of dark. So I guess we really don't need to go dark. So Jackie it is. I think Jackie will work. Jackie is a good name. Thank you, Charlotte. I appreciate the suggestion. Alright, so I've gotten this ripped far enough down. I think I can make the adjustments I need. So what I'm going to do, let me go press it real quick. And yeah, I'm going to have little thread goblins hanging around. Just little bitty, nitpicky. And I could use a lint roller and get these off, but I'm sorry, I hit the camera. But I'm not worried about it. I mean, if they get sewn in, they get sewn in, and they will come out in the wash because they're all going to be super small. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. All right, so for that, I did use steam. I don't know if you can hear from my iron when I use steam or not. So I can see where my stitching line is here, and I am going to simply re-angle my piece down a little bit so that I'll have more allowance. And now if I had taken this, and I'll show you guys how I managed to screw this up. So if you take this and you show it through the light, I think you guys can see that I have extra for my seam allowance. If you can see my dotted line in there, I have extra fabric hanging over. And so that's where I screwed up. So if I'd gone through and actually cut this extra seam allowance down, then I would not have had this problem. But I was trying to be swift, and swift kicked my butt. That's the easiest way to put it. I was trying to be smarter than the pattern, and that does not always work. Even for those of us who kind of have done this a few times. Alright, so let's see if I got her this time. So let's see if my purple works. Alright, so I'm going to fold it up, and down here was where I didn't have enough before. I've got plenty. So even without pressing it, I can tell I've got plenty. So I'm going to press real quick. Alright, so we are now on to strip 8, fabric 8. I love this fabric. I am absolutely, it's a little thin, but that's okay. I absolutely love this purple. It is a little splotchy, and it is just, it's gorgeous. It is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Yay, I am so excited that this came out. Alright, so we're going to flip it back over, and I don't have that much of a seam allowance hangover, so I think I'll be fine again. I definitely screwed it up last time, but I think we'll be alright this time. I don't think I gotta worry too much. So I've got seam allowance there and right there. I can kind of see them. And yeah, we're kind of good. We're kind of good across the whole way. Alright. So you guys are actually seeing my full process. I don't talk to myself this much normally. But if I can shorten a process, I do. I will shorten anything and everything that I can. And it's not because I want to cheat. It's because my brain thinks that way, and I see ahead and see a way to cut off corners or not do the extra work. So it does happen. It gets me though. Gonna run to get the munchies. I appreciate it, Shannon. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. I was so glad to see you this morning, so thank you for joining me too. I appreciate it. I feel like I'm going to say I appreciate it so incredibly much, but I really do. Yes, yes, absolutely. Yeah, enjoy your evening, Shannon. Absolutely. And if you can join me back later, feel free to join me back later. I do not mind. Yeah, that game should have kicked off probably about 30 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago, something like that. So now the only part I was going to watch was going to be the national anthem. My husband is a veteran, so especially when somebody does a rendition of the national anthem, that's kind of what I pay attention to because he is very old school military and definitely thinks that it should be sung the way that it was written, not all the embellishment. So I would watch for that, but I'm not. I watch football, but I'm just. This game has no interest for me for some reason. For some reason. Alright, so this is fabric 3. And you guys, if you want me to swap cameras, please let me know. Like if this is too much watching my hands and all of that, I want to know. I'm glad I just got this camera going. I have been trying my darndest to figure out a way to get the cameras I want working the way that I want. So I will not be offended at all. And if this camera angle is great, let me know that too. Oh, have to start way off the paper. My needle guide keeps coming unthreaded, and I don't know why. Oh, I broke thread. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna rethread at the top. And see what's going on. See why it came unthreaded. My thread is not wanting to cooperate today. I did change my needle, so maybe this is getting awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I did change my needle earlier, so maybe that's why it's being particular. It's decided that it doesn't like the new needle for some reason. But it's the same pack that I've been working out of, so. Yay! Alright. She's sewing pretty. Good question. No, you're fine, Charlotte. Don't worry about it. I do not require anybody to write anything down. You are perfectly fine. This is Prismatic Star. It was done with Hoffman Bolly Pops originally. That's what this was. It is still available at quiltworks.com, so you can purchase the pattern. The pattern is now done slightly differently, so the pattern pieces for this do not match the current pattern. My pattern is prior to 2018, and they did an update in 2018. So the new pattern is slightly bigger because they do also accommodate a queen size pattern as well. And their smaller pattern and their queen size use the same star pieces, the same diamond pieces here. However, there are more of them in the queen size. So you can still go and purchase Prismatic Star. You can purchase it as a download, or you can purchase it, the download will be a PDF, so you can print what you need. Or you can purchase the pre-printed pattern And the nice thing with the pre-printed patterns from Quiltworks is they will have this newsprint. So they will have newsprint. So I will also put the link to this. Let me actually see if I can do that while we're in the chat. Hang on, let's do it this way. Because I can put links in the chat. I have the rights and permissions to do that, I believe. We are going to see and test it out. All right, yep, it looks like it went through. So the link to the pattern is now in the chat, and I'm going to see about putting the link in the description of the video once we are done with the live, so that way everybody can go check it out that way as well. I will also have links to all of my patterns that I am doing in the community tab when I do my update. I normally do an update on Sunday. I'm not going to have time to do an update video this Sunday because obviously I'm on live with you guys, and I'm going to be on live during the entire game. Your sister in North Carolina loves doing foundation paper piecing. Yeah, it is definitely fun. There are a lot of people who don't like it, but there's a lot of people who do. You know what? I have a pattern that I could show you guys. Sorry, I was having to take a drink real quick. Let me grab that real quick. I'm going to take a break from this for a second. So let me show, there's my main screen. Hi. I promise there's a face behind the voice. So let me go grab my picture. Ooh, where is it? Okay, there we go. Now I've got some stuff out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. And there's my quilt pictures. And if you guys don't know, one thing I do is I will take and print copies of every picture that I take of a quilt I have finished, and I put those all in one album. So I always have a picture of quilts that I have finished. So let me go in and share my screen, and let me swap my screen capture over so I can get the screen I'm looking for. Let's see. There we go. So this is Freddie. This pattern, I would have to go back and look because I do have him somewhere still. My sister-in-law absolutely loves schnauzers, just absolutely adores them. And so each of these schnauzers is paper pieced. And I'm going to zoom in real quick so you can get a closer look. And you can kind of see more on this guy right here. So you've got earpieces, you've got eyes, you've got a nose, and then you've got all the little whiskers or mustache, whatever you want to call it. And then, you've got all your background pieces. My sister-in-law loves pink. That is kind of her color. So I started out, I did a small version of Freddie. And I was like, okay, well, he looks pretty. But I didn't want to do an entire quilt of small Freddies because it would take forever if I was just doing the blocks. So if I was doing all of these little blocks, I would have so many to do. So I decided to go ahead and make the bigger one. But then I was thinking about the layout and I was like, well, what am I going to do with one small Freddie? And my solution was to put him in the quilt. So there's one small Freddie, and then, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are 29 big Freddies and one small Freddie. So that is, thank you. Yeah, this took a lot of time. Now, one thing that I've learned with foundation paper piecing, especially when you're doing batch sewing, you've got a lot of the same thing over and over and over, is to take the pattern pieces apart. So, for example, if his nose was one section, you want to work on that one section and then do all 29 or 30 of that one section, do all 29 or 30 of his noses, do all 29 and 30 of his eyes, do all of that way, and that makes it a lot easier to accomplish. So yeah, I can do. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, the background, that is my sister-in-law's favorite color. It I I am not a pink person. If I can get it in purple, I have it in purple. But pink is not my color. And it took everything in me to do an entire quilt in nothing but pink. I also don't tend to do brightly colored quilts. That's not my normal. However, I've gotten a few done now lately, and so this is another one that's going to be brightly colored. These greens, the yellows, all of these are going to be so incredibly bright. So yeah, I had to show you guys. Yeah, since we're talking about foundation paper piecing, yeah, I've done a little bit of it. I've done a lot of it. I've got I don't know if you guys have heard of her, and I'm gonna butcher her name. I'm gonna butcher her name because I can't think of her name off the top of my head. I took a class with a lady out of New York. She came to Paducah, to Kentucky, for the quilt show there, and she does mandalas. You can learn how to do a mandala in fabric and paper piece it basically. And she taught us how to do it, and I still have all my pieces. Oh, you've not paper pieced yet. Oh yeah. Well, I will tell you, Chloe, that I will have more good news on Tuesday. I'll have more information about it, and I might even have some of it started. Don't quote me on that. No, it wasn't Carol. It was not Carol. I've got her book down here. I've got her book down here. Hang on, let me swap cameras and I will go grab it. Let me go grab the book because it is going to bother me now. Because I know, and I just came across it the other day because Renee Merrill is her name. Well, let me pull her book out. I will get it out eventually. I'm going to do another one. I'm going to show you guys the book. Let me put it on my cutting table. I think that's going to be easier to see. There we go. All right. Oh, and of course I've got a light glare on there. Go figure. So it's magnificent. The book that I have is Magnificent Spiral Mandala Quilts. This one comes with a CD-ROM with templates. So that might tell you a little bit how old it is, because my last Paducah I think was in 2016. I take it back, 2017. My last Paducah was 2017. But Renee Merrill is her name. She is out of New York. She has an apartment or flat or something in New York. And she walks you through, and see, I still have stuff in my book from taking her class. But there's a lot of things that you can do, and it does turn into paper piecing. So it basically is paper piecing, but you learn how to draw your own mandalas. So I will be doing one of those again because I've already got one done, but I will do another one. Let's see. And we have a Schnauzer. Here's my son and daughter-in-law's dog, and look at them, Belle. Yeah, my sister-in-law has two mini Schnauzers. Their names are Heidi and Greta. And my husband is one of their favorite people. He walks in and they could be dead asleep. He walks in and they absolutely love on him. It is like they never stop seeing him. Me, They like me. They like me enough. They like me well enough, but I am not their person. My husband is their person. They are the most spoiled mini schnauzers I have ever met. I have not gotten to hang out with a lot of big schnauzers though, so I don't know. From what I understand, their personalities are about the same. But okay, so here's what the news is. The the basic gist of the news. I did get permissions for my temperature quilt. So if you have not heard about my temperature quilt, there will be a lot more details coming out Tuesday with more of a timeline of when I expect to have my pattern available for sale. So I will be gifting when I'm going to do another milestone for it. Once my pattern is ready to be printed, I will gift one lucky winner with a copy of my temperature quilt pattern, and there will be paper piecing in it, but not the entire quilt. Like the entire quilt is not paper pieced, but there are sections that are. But it will be very beginner friendly, even though it does have curved seams. So there will be some tutorials coming out. There will be a lot of details. I'm hoping to have my first 3 months of it done by the end of March so that I can have the pattern out and available by the end of April. Yes, absolutely, Chloe. I, okay. I moved to, I moved to Wyoming last year. I moved here in May. So I started out January through April. I lived in Alabama. And then in May, we moved up here. And it was not even a partial month. Oh, you've done curves. Great. That'll make it easier. And I've got some helpers with it too. Uh, so we left Alabama April 28th, I want to say. I'm usually good with numbers, so I think it was the 28th. And then we arrived and moved in on May 4th. We technically signed on May 3rd, but we moved in on May 4th. And yeah, absolutely, Charlotte. I think she's going to love it. And I this will be my first year in a completely new state that none of my family has ever lived in. My brother lives in Washington State. He's lived on the eastern seaboard. He's lived in Corpus Christi. He's lived in other places. My parents lived in Germany during my dad's service in the military, but beyond that, they didn't live anywhere else. They've always lived in Alabama. So getting to move out here kind of to the Wild West, and my husband and I are absolutely in love with Casper. Could not be happier. Even with the wind, we could not be happier. But since this is my first year, I am recording all the temperature data. So Chloe, if you want to do it this year, if you want to do the temperature quilt pattern this year, go ahead and save your temperature data. I know Weather Underground does a lot of recording from my area. But if you haven't already started recording your temperature data for 2024 and you want to do a 2024 temperature quilt, and you want to try a brand new pattern, it will be available, I am hoping, by April. I am wanting to get it out by April. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me to get 3 months of it already done and get it tested. But I do have the permissions I need to be able to do it. I'm so insanely excited. So excited, so excited. So I'm gonna have my Cotton Cuts project, the Tree of Life Mystery Quilt, PMQ, and I'm going to have my temperature quilt that are ongoing projects for basically a whole year. And then I've got 3 other projects going at all other times. So I have decided to make myself insanely busy because what good quilter isn't busy? I am so excited. I I have designed patterns before, and I used to run a sewing machine store. I sold Bernina sewing machines, and I have designed patterns before, and I've never felt as excited about any of them as I do about this one. This one I'm actually going to be able to sew. It is my intellectual property, and I am using some help tools, but I have permission to use them, and I'll be able to give them credit and give them the requested data that they want. So I'm super excited to be able to do this. And we will do sew alongs. I can do Zoom, and we can do private Zooms where if you don't want to be on a Zoom live and on YouTube, that's okay. And if you do, that's fine too. We can do that too. Yes, okay, so Charlotte, part of the reason that I stopped myself from doing as many projects at one time is because I was never getting anything completed. I, no joke, still have UFOs in my storage closet. And those UFOs are, a lot of them are from before my husband and I got married. I just, for the longest time, had to stop sewing because I wasn't getting anything done. Oh, I know, I'm so excited to see it too. Um, but I could not get my projects done, and I was constantly stressed and anxious because I am very much an OCD type A personality when it comes to crafts. When it comes to everything else, I am a very significantly challenged introvert. You cannot get me to talk. I mean, if I'm not talking about crafts, I'm not talking. I don't talk politics. I don't talk religion. Unless you know me really well, then I won't shut up. But if, especially like I went to a party last night where we were sitting at a restaurant, and I spent more time listening to other people than I did talking. Like, it's not that the people were not interesting, and it's not that I didn't want to say anything. It's that that's just who I am. That is my normal. So getting on a live and talking, and especially when I feel like I'm talking to myself, that that boggles my mind that I am actually living this kind of dream. But I am only talking about quilting. I am only talking about quilting. I'm not talking about any other topics other than quilting and sewing and occasionally food. Gotta occasionally talk about food. I mean, who doesn't talk about food or dogs or cats? I mean, if you want to bring up another animal, we'll talk about it. But the things I know most about is quilting and sewing. So I love to be able to talk about it. Yeah, I have, so for those of you who are in the chat who want to contribute on this one, Charlotte said that she thinks a lot of us are like that too. Too many projects, too little time. Oh, you only started quilting in May 2022. Oh, we got to get you caught up. We have got to get you caught up. So, how many projects, if you had to estimate, how many projects do you have that are not finished? I have not counted. I know Fallon from Soviet Quilts did a closet clean out, so to speak, and picked out all of her UFOs. And a lot of them were simply putting the blocks together and quilting it. And some of them were, she had a few blocks started and not all of them done, or, other states of unfinished. And her number was in the double digits, and it was pretty up there. It's pretty substantial. 25 to 30. Okay. See, I think you guys are beating me. I I've got, let's see, the brown background one is one. The embroidery one is 2, and then I guess if you count the stuff rolling around in my head, I'm probably up to maybe 10. But that actually started, I've only got a couple. Oh, okay. I've got a 365 quilt, so that's 3. Mm, I will have to go through my stash. I will do a, oh, you know what? I'm going to be moving out of this apartment probably at the end of May. So, coming up at the end of May, I will have a video showing you guys how many UFOs I have. You won't get to see them all, but I will tell you about all of them. Yeah, I think I might have 10 that I've actually started that are unfinished. So I started, when I moved here, I started a Quilt of Valor, and I actually cut enough to do 2. So I did 2 Quilts of Valor. I just based, the blocks were the same, and I just changed the arrangement. So I did 2 Quilts of Valor last year. One of them has already been gifted last year. One will be gifted this year. I did another Quilt of Valor last year. It is quilted and ready for me to bind. So I had somebody else quilt it for me. And then I've got one other Quilt of Valor that I will be quilting. I finished that this year, so it will be quilted this year. Then, so that's 4 quilt tops since May, something like that. I finished a t-shirt quilt. That was shipped off already. And I feel like I finished another one that I quilted. Mm, don't quote me on that. But I do have 5 quilt tops right now ready to be quilted. I've already got the backings done. I've got batting for one already done. I've got to cut the batting for the others. And I'm going to baste those. And so some of my Tuesday night lives might be working on quilting. Just going to say that. All right, so Charlotte, you've got 5 tops, 4 block of the months, 3 works in progress, and some future projects waiting for their turn. Yep, that's my list that nobody really wants to know the number for. The projects waiting for their turn. So my temperature quilt is waiting for its turn. But again, that is going to be the pattern I will be issuing out this year. I have kind of set a goal that I want to issue 1 pattern a year. So I will be doing a lot more patterns than I have in the past. You know, a lot of the stuff that I've done, I have not done patterns for. I have one quilt that I've done a pattern for, but probably no one's ever going to get that pattern. It is actually up on my wall above my computer. So when I do one of these trunk shows one day, my husband, of course, wants me to show it off, but I have to pull it down, but I also have to have time to really explain it. If I don't explain that quilt, you won't get it. You won't understand why it looks the way it looks. Probably more than that, but you're not sure. You want to think of it. Okay, I will admit you don't have to think about it today. Today is Sunday. Take a break Sunday. Yeah, you don't have to think. I won't make you think. Oh, I am so thankful for you guys to be here. I know I probably say that more than you're expecting to hear, but you guys make me feel like I'm sewing with a group of friends. So I really do. I'm very incredibly thankful for you guys to be here. You know, even if we're not constantly back and forth or whatever, I like to feel like I'm part of a community and part of a sewing group. I am part of 3 quilt groups here in Casper already. There, it's an amazing quilting community here. It is absolutely thriving right now. And apparently there's even more groups that I'm not part of that I didn't know about. But you guys are the sewing group when my own sewing groups are not meeting. So I really am thankful. I feel blessed. I really do. Yeah, I will go, so one of my groups sews from 9 a.m. to usually about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I absolutely love that because I don't feel like I get there, set up my stuff, get 30 minutes to an hour of sewing in, and then I'm already having to pack everything up. And I do not travel light. I always have a big amount of stuff in tow. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate you were here. Thank you. And if you decide to wake back up and come join us, you're welcome to. Oh, yeah. If I feel like I get a lot done because I am set up longer and able to really unpack and enjoy. A lot of the other groups, um, one of them, I'll be going there tomorrow night. I get to set up and sew for a little bit, and then I'm packing up to go home. It's a very short sewing time compared to the 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. kind of sewing time. But I do enjoy that one as well. I mean, I enjoy all three of them that I go to, so it's not a matter of enjoyment, but it's definitely easier to sew with a group or feel like I'm in a group. We belong to a local quilt group, and we sew together at the local library 3 days a month. Awesome. Anytime that they can get me out there, I am out there. I love it. The group that's 9 to 4 is during the day on Wednesdays. So I know people who work might be able to go attend that. And then one of the other groups also meets on Wednesdays, so I kind of have to miss one group to attend the other. Um, but the other group is Mondays, and then we're looking at adding a Saturday. So, it depends on which group as to how many times I get to see them a month. Ugh. I I will say this. I lived in a section of Alabama for a while where I could not get a local quilt group that would meet on a day that I could attend. I do not know what if there were any local quilt groups available that I didn't know about, because obviously I didn't know about them. But for a long time, I was missing having a group of ladies or group of people to sew with, because I don't want to forget the guys. There are a lot of guys out there that sew, but there are a lot of groups that want to stay ladies only. So, I mean, they're welcome to their opinion, but if you want to sew, I want to have you here. Absolutely. I am a firm believer in everyone has the ability to learn something, even if it is learning color placement, if it is learning, YouTube skills, whatever you're here to learn, I'm glad to help. Um, that is that is definitely something I am game for. So, and I came from the garment sewing world, so I can make clothes. I just prefer quilts. I can make bags and, home decor. I can make it. I prefer quilts. So that is primarily what my channel will be. But if somebody comes up and says that they need to learn how to put a zipper in or needs to learn how to make darts or pleats or they're not understanding a sewing pattern, I am absolutely down to help. Absolutely. Not a problem at all. All right, I'm going to swap back over real quick after I press this. I'm going to swap back over to the sewing machine camera so you guys are seeing what I'm actually doing versus just the top of my head. Oh, this one does not look like it went as far, oh, it'll be fine. So the paper is trimmed. I'll go ahead and swap over now because I can show you guys. All right. So the paper is trimmed 1/8 of an inch outside. And if you look, I will have most of a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, but it is kind of tight just up here. If I thought it would be an issue, I'd fix it, but I think we'll be fine. Well, we're down to 7, you guys. That is fine with me. I'm just glad you guys are here. I am glad you guys are here. So, what all do you guys want to see me do? Do you have like a wish list of things that you'd like to see me work on this channel? Is there a sewing technique you want to learn? Yeah, Charlotte, it is close. I think it's fine. I think it's not a full 1/4 of an inch. It's more like a scant 1/4. So I think it'll be alright. I don't think I'm going to have problems with it, like not fitting. So are you guys enjoying the paper piecing? I know this is not exactly a tutorial tonight, because I know when I do a tutorial, I'm going to have a lot more kind of set up and have everything chain run, and I'll do probably 2 cameras on the same screen. I know sometimes when I've seen creators doing multiple cameras, it's not super clear because you're having to zoom in. So that's why I'm not doing that for the main part of my channel, is not doing the 2 cameras at the same time. But I am going to work on swapping things around. So you like how I've got it set up? Yay! Awesome. Are you guys excited to see it's perfect right now? Thank you. Awesome. Now, Charlotte, have you seen some of the Elizabeth Hartman that I've been working on? I know I've been mainly working on that on Tuesday nights. Last Tuesday night, I definitely went over an hour. I was trying to get to a stopping point. So we're going to press back and see. Yeah, I got it there and got it there. Okay. Promise I'm not trying to go quiet, you guys. I promise. And I probably say you guys more than I should too. So you're literally hearing my thoughts at this point. All right. So I am going to take this and go trim this. If you see at this end, let me get where the camera can see it. As I rip the paper, that happens. All right. So at this end, you can see I'm right at the seam allowance line, so that is perfectly fine. But way down here, I am. Oh, let's see if I can get it into the camera focus. I don't know if it's gonna pull the light. I think enough light's gone down outside. So I am way over on the seam allowance. So I'm going to go take this over and trim this. So I'll take you guys over with me. And we are going to move our rainbow palette out of the way. And the strips that I'm working on now is the last one for that last little strip that you saw here. So again, all I'm going to do is I'm going to protect that section that I ripped. But you're going to fold along that seam line. So you're following the seam line. And it's a good habit when you start paper piecing to fold along the seam line, not to fold along the seam allowance line, especially when your pattern does provide you a seam allowance line. It is best practice to fold along the seam line because you want to make sure that you get into that habit because you're going to need that for most other patterns. So it's a best practice for paper piecing, solely because that's how a lot of designers design their patterns, is for that seam allowance to be trimmed from the seam line. They do not intend for you to fold along the seam allowance line. And that way you are also used to lining up your 1/4 inch line or using your add a quarter. I do need to get a new add a quarter, get a longer one. But so I didn't trim off a whole lot. It's a very, very small trim, but it is enough to make my life difficult. So we trimmed it. Alright, so we're going to go back over to the machine. Here we go. Alright. So we have now hit sunset. It is now dark out there. I am so looking forward to having more daylight the closer we get to summer. So one of the things, and I know, Charlotte, I don't know if you notice, Charlotte, do you notice how much daylight you have? Like, do you really notice the daylight hours changing? Because I know when I was living in Alabama, I really didn't notice. Like, it didn't occur to me that daylight hours were going to change. And like everybody said, the days are getting shorter. But I guess it never occurred to me that daylight hours were actually getting any shorter for me in Alabama. Like I felt like December was a little bit shorter. We had a little bit shorter hours, but nothing significant. I will say that up here, oh, you do notice it. Oh, I'm glad somebody did down south does. I did not realize just how much my daylight hours here are adjusted. So looking back at the historical, because again, I didn't think about doing a temperature quilt last year, because again, I wasn't going to be in Wyoming the full year. And this is my first full year here, or this will be my first full year here. I looked back at the historical data, and in July, our days were over 14 hours. I think it was 14 hours and 32 minutes, or 39 minutes, or something like that, of daylight. So almost 15 hours of daylight, which is pretty substantial amounts of daylight. And in the middle of winter, so, beginning of winter solstice, we were at 9 hours and 1 minute. We never went below that, according to Weather Underground, but it was a dramatic difference. So one of the things that I am tracking, because again, I didn't pay attention in Alabama to the daylight hours, and it didn't feel so significant there. I am tracking daylight hours in addition to my high and my low, and I'm also tracking the wind speed for the day. So the temperature quilt will be designed for tracking 4 variables for every day. So like a high, a low. Mine is wind speed and daylight hours. I might do another variation that is the amount of sea level pressure, because barometric pressure can affect a lot of people, and I know it definitely affects me some. I could also do it based off of the humidity for the day. Wow, congratulations on 77. That will be exciting. Okay, I would say that would be exciting for me. Do you feel excited to be 77 soon? I'm going to be pulling Jackie back out. My blue strip does not reach very far. I should have gone and trimmed my green. So we are going to rip. We are using Jackie. 77 is an accomplishment. I know my grandmother's 90 something, but I don't, when you're, under 10, everybody that's over 30 is old. You are excited. Yay! I'm excited for you. That is exciting. That's a big birthday. I, I remember being 10 and thinking that everybody over 30 was old. Like everybody over 30 was an adult and they were super old and couldn't relate to me as a 10-year-old. And then when I got to be 16, it was everybody over 40 was ancient. I mean, everybody over 30 was still old, but everybody over 40, that they're ancient. Your life is going to be so different by the time you turn 40 from the time you were 16. And then now that your grandkids are 12 and 16, that's a good age. I love when kids are that age. I have two ends of the spectrum. I like when the babies are young enough that they're not crawling, because then they're bed babies. They're wanting to be held, they're wanting to be fed and loved and cuddled, and they're just at that right age to be all of that. They're baby babies. So I love them when they're that old. And then I can't wait for them to be teenagers. So like 12, the youngest she'll be 14 this year. And I got to start meeting her 7 years ago. So when she was about 7. And I can just watch and see how much she's matured, and you can have an intelligent conversation with a 12-year-old. It is so amazing the kinds of conversations you can have and how they're starting to develop their own personalities in ways that they didn't imagine or they couldn't have started to develop when they were 10 and 8 and all of that. That is just that magical age range. So I bet they do keep you young. My oldest will be 19 this year. And yeah, I really enjoyed when he got to be old enough to do the intelligent conversation thing and it wasn't all why questions and filling in the blanks and a whole bunch of guided conversation. He could come to me. Yeah, he could come to me and bring his own conversation topics, and they weren't all gaming and computers and cell phone related. They were, he could carry on a decent conversation about pretty much any topic he decided to talk about, which my dad is kind of the same way. My dad really doesn't have much to do with them, until they can hold an intelligent conversation. And I can totally see why. I did not understand it growing up, but I can totally see how that was a whole new ballpark. He I'm going to swap cameras, you guys. He accompanied me on a trip when I was in junior high, and he drove the bus. And he's really good at driving the bus. He has the skills, he has the licensing, all that mess. But he had to put up with, I think, 40 or 50 of us. I mean, how many ever can fit on a charter bus? So, somebody else might know more about that. I mean, I'm seeing it from the eyes of a middle schooler. But he had to accompany us as a middle school age group on, I think it was a week-long trip, and he had the patience of a saint to put up with us all for that length of time. I mean, granted, his daughter was on the trip, but I, yeah, putting up with middle schoolers is a lot different than putting up with high schoolers and up. They each have their own special ranges. We've got a couple of teachers in the family, and one teaches grade school and one teaches high school. And I can definitely see how the different skill sets show in the teachers' personalities too. Like I can see how the high school teacher could definitely have a different mindset because they've got different students from the grade school teacher. Because you kind of have to, you've got to teach kids at their developmental ages. I will say this, I did teach my son to sew. My son has made a quilt. He has only made one that I am aware of, but I taught him to make a jelly roll race. Back when jelly roll races first became popular, that was what I set him to do. And he drew the quilting lines for me. He basted it. So I quilted it for him. But he learned how to put the binding on and stitch it by hand. And granted, first time hand stitcher, you're going to tell that it's a first time hand stitcher. But that quilt is gorgeous because he put all the time and effort into it. But it's amazing what kids can learn when they're young and what sticks with them. All right. Yay, that looks a lot better. And if you can see, so from my stitching line to where these threads are, that was my old stitching line. So trimming off that seam allowance made a huge difference. So I guess I need to pay more attention to that. So this is the last strip set in that piece. So now we are going to a different set of colors. So let me grab this and grab the others. So this is the same as the first round that I did. These are some of the outer strips for the prismatic star. So that's piece number 8 right here, this dark purple, piece 7, 6, 5, and then 4, 3, 2, 1, or 3, 1, 2, or 3, 2, 1. I'm going to get them right eventually. So that's that strip set. Exactly, Charlotte. Now, my husband learned to sew a button on in the military, and I did not know before I met him that the military teaches, or they teach their members how to sew. I mean, it's a basic sewing skill. It's, just attaching a button. But at least the branch he was in taught all their members to sew, at least to sew a button on. And they wanted them to be able to fix their uniforms if they were out in the field and their uniform had a malfunction. They had to be able to fix that. So sewing a button on, stitching a straight line to put a hem back in place, things like that. And I was very impressed that they taught the military that. The things you learn when you listen. I don't know if my dad's era, if he was taught. I guess I need to ask him. I have never thought to ask him. I mean, I know my husband was taught to sew, at least the basics, but I don't know. I don't know about my dad. And my brother and I don't have a close relationship, so asking him is not an option, but that's okay. Not every family relationship has to be perfect. But I can definitely ask my dad. Alright, so Random trivia. Have you ever been to Wyoming? If you are in the chat, I live here in Wyoming. I moved here last year. I will hit 1 year this upcoming May. Have you ever visited Wyoming? And if so, what part of Wyoming have you visited? And if not, is it a place you'd like to come visit? Oh, these reds are so pretty. You guys haven't seen the reds yet. Aren't these reds just gorgeous? They're so, so pretty. I'm not usually a red person, but these are pretty. These are very, very pretty. All right. I see I've got a lot of hangover, so I am going to trim. You're teaching your daughters, and you'll teach your son when he is old enough. Absolutely, Chloe. Perfect. Yeah, it's such an amazing life skill. I was taught garment sewing when I got started getting taught when I was about 8. And I just picked it up and ran with it. It was something that I could get my head around. And there's a lot of guy quilters out there, so, it speaks to the guys too. So definitely awesome to teach your son. That's awesome. Yeah, I decided that it was my craft and my grandmother taught me, but none of the guys in my family sew. But I was going to make sure my son knew how to do the basics of running a sewing machine because I wasn't going to let him get away with not knowing the basics. I don't know if he remembers any of it now because I don't know if he's touched a sewing machine in forever. But I do know I at least taught him the basics. All right, I'm going to swap you guys to my cutting table so you guys get to see this again. So my seam allowance was fine at one point. So, nope, you can't see. All right. So down at this end, I don't have a whole lot of extra, but up at the other end I do. So I am going to take and trim this down. It is kind of important. Oh, my ruler slipped a little bit. I wasn't holding it steady enough, but I think we're still going to be okay. I've got it's over an eighth of an inch, so we're still good. It's not the full quarter of an inch. Oh yeah, it's only maybe less than an eighth of an inch short, so we're still fine. All right. All right. So nobody wants to visit me in Wyoming? I really want to go visit Rhode Island. That would be awesome. What's the best thing, Chloe, to do if I come visit Rhode Island? I've got to get out there eventually. I want to go all the way up to Maine. My husband says it's gorgeous. He's been before, but I have never made it up that far. So visiting Rhode Island would get me a lot closer. Oh, what's the best time of the year to come visit Rhode Island? I might have to plan the road trip. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a drive to come get out there. Once I get this strip set done, I'm going to step away for just a second, but I will be right back. Just got to check on the puppy, make sure he's doing good. Your husband was born in Rhode Island, Charlotte. Awesome. There is one place I can say I know nothing about. Other than the name. I have never been to Rhode Island. I collect water globes. Oh, your late husband. I apologize, Charlotte. I didn't mean to misstep with my words. Ooh, you've not visited Wyoming, but you like adventures. Okay, we can work with that. All right, so I am going to end up trimming this one too. There is definitely enough hanging over the seam allowance that I don't want to screw up. So I'm going to prep that real quick. There is a lot to do in Wyoming. A lot of people come to Wyoming for Yellowstone National Park. Yellowstone is the northern part of the state. I'm in the central part of the state. People do come to Cheyenne for the rodeo or Cheyenne Frontier Days. It's huge. It's really huge. Takes over the city. Of course, you know, we're talking about the least populated state in the country. Vermont is actually second behind us, but they do not have the land mass that we do here in Wyoming. And there's a lot to get into here in Wyoming. So it is definitely worth a visit. Alright, yeah, I was definitely going to have a lot of extra on this seam allowance this time around. Very good idea for me to trim this off. There we go. Alright. Well, we need to schedule a sewing retreat or a quilting retreat. Give everybody more motivation to get up here. There are a lot of quilt shops up here in Wyoming. There's a quilt shop hop coming up here in Wyoming, and it might have some Montana or South Dakota shops, I believe. Don't quote me on that. I haven't looked at the full shop lineup yet, but it will be the shop hop. It starts at the end of May this year, and my understanding is that it runs through the beginning or the end of August. I'm not quite sure, but you go to visit all of these different shops, much like you would with Row by Row, and you pick up a pattern at each of the shops, and they stamp a little passport thing for you. And if you visit 100% of the shops, you get extra entries into the drawing for the year. Like, it's that kind of thing. You're running out of steam. Oh, I appreciate you coming out, Charlotte. I really do. You were an hour ahead of me, so it's already 7:15 where you're at. I don't blame you. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. I see I've got 11 viewers right now, so I know there's some people lurking. You are more than welcome to leave a comment and come join the comments. I would love to have you join. All right, so give me just a second. This is my last strip set that I have done so far. I've got lots more to go. I am going to step away for just a moment to go check on the puppy dog, and I will be right back, okay? So you guys will see me pick my mic up when I get back. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves, and it'll be less than 4 minutes. Okay, I am back, you guys. Didn't take me long. I appreciate it. Oh, there are beautiful beaches in Rhode Island. I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to go visit. Okay, so go to Newport. Alright, you haven't visited mansions yet. Okay, yep, Charlotte, I know you might not be there anymore, but I will get you approved to join the Facebook group, so thank you. So, yep, finish this strip, so let me go pull the next one. And we are moving right along. Now, Chloe, when is the best time to visit Rhode Island? That way I can see all those beaches. And please, please, please let me know if you guys get taken to commercials or something. I know I can't do anything about the commercials. I know I subscribe to premium, so I don't have to watch them myself. But I know not everybody subscribes to premium. So if you're getting commercials and it's taking you away, when you get back, just let me know that you miss, you know, that way I can see if you guys are missing content. Because I don't know if you guys are missing anything or if it's like pausing and picking back up. So if it takes you guys away for a commercial and then brings you back, I just want to make sure you guys aren't missing important information. Not like I'm sharing a whole lot of important information tonight. Tonight is more about hanging out and getting some fabric sewn to some paper. Lots and lots of fabric and paper. The last beaches I visited were in the Gulfport, Mississippi area. I lived in Biloxi for about a year. And I'm gonna take it back. I visited the Alabama beaches too, and they have a lot of white sand beaches. Are the beaches in Rhode Island different? Like, are they a different color of sand, or are they, is it white sand? Is it, what are the beaches like? Or is it, or is the sand going to burn your feet? That kind of thing. Because I would love to get back to the beach. I do enjoy the beach. I like the mountains more than the beach, but I would love to get back to the beaches too. And so having the beaches to go visit, oh, I can just imagine. I can just imagine. Is anybody here going to QuiltCon? I know it's being held over on the East Coast this year. And it'll be in Phoenix next year. I'm not going to make it to QuiltCon, so. Alright, so I am going to be trimming. I think I'm going to just have to start trimming every time. Because some of these rows are definitely giving me a lot more fabric than what my seam allowance is. So, alright, so I've got that folded. So I'm going to swap cameras real quick. And we are going to trim. So, here we go. Yeah, these strips are definitely going on there kind of wonky. I mean, I got my first strip set done without a problem, but definitely getting more fabric at one end than the other. So like a very narrow strip at one end and then very thick at the other. I'm going to swap you guys over here. There we go. So, I also want to say thank you guys because I looked at my watch hours and I'm at 60 subscribers and I have 50 watch hours. I am not disappointed at all. I am very, very thankful for all of it. All right. Let me swap and take a look at something real quick. Let's see. Okay, maybe that one's it. Nope, that one is it. All right, July or August, and no ads. Woohoo! Maybe I'm just not expensive enough to YouTube. I will count my blessings. I will definitely count my blessings. All right, let's see what I've got. And let's pull it up real quick. And I am still at 60 subscribers. I'm not disappointed. All right, let's swap over. I think it's going to let me keep my video, or keep my chat going. But I've got it coming up in 2 different windows, so we're going to see how that works. So Chloe, what got you into sewing? When did you learn to sew, or when did you get involved in quilting? So I know Charlotte was saying earlier she's got a lot of unfinished projects, but she only started quilting in started sewing in May of 2022. I started when my son, who is now going to be 19 this year, I started when he was a baby. So I have been quilting almost 20 years. I've been sewing since I was about 8. All right, let's see how I'm doing. I'm doing pretty good. Got it pretty close to. So it was a good thing I went and checked on the puppy. So my husband's out there, and of course puppy is with the husband. The puppy is with hubby, not husby. Puppy's with the hubby, and my husband took him out. Brown sand, some are more rocky. Okay, I can handle that. I bet they're gorgeous. I would love to come out and photograph them. That way I can share that with my folks back here who've never been to Rhode Island too. I might have to put a bug in hubby's ear. You're not going to QuiltCon? Yeah. I had not heard much about QuiltCon until I started hearing all the creators talk about it. And for me, going to Paducah every year was a year-long planning session. Like I would plan to go to Paducah and of course book my hotel because you have to book it a year in advance. And like if you don't book a year in advance, you are staying somewhere outside of Paducah. You are not staying in Paducah. There's just no way to get a hotel room in Paducah unless you book it a year in advance. And they do give preference to people who were there. So like let's say you go to Paducah this year. If you already have your hotel room booked and all of that, then once quilt week in Paducah is over, then like the following week they will open up their bookings and they will start calling people who were at Quilt Week and who had a hotel room for Quilt Week, and they will start taking reservations for Quilt Week for the following year. So if you stayed, I can't think of the hotel names, but let's say you stayed in the La Quinta in Paducah for this year, then a week after the Paducah show, you'll get a phone call from the people at La Quinta asking you if you want to reserve for next year. So they get first reservation rights. And then if they don't reserve, that's when you have open spots. And so then you can reserve in Paducah if you happen upon an open spot, but you are reserving a year in advance. I stayed 1 year near the 1880s settlement. I think it's Patty's 1880 settlement that is south of Paducah. I think it's like a 30-minute drive to get into Paducah from there. Maybe 45 minutes depending on the conditions, road conditions, because of the rain and such. But I stayed there 1 year, and another year I stayed in Metropolis and had to cross the bridge on the Ohio River to get into Paducah. And that was fine. Like it was not bad. It was not bad, but it was definitely a drive. I ended up behind a dump truck one morning, and I ended up taking a picture of his lights because his lights made a smiley face. His tail lights made a smiley face. But so I stayed in Metropolis that year, and then I believe the following year is when I got to go and stay in Paducah proper. And I definitely had a lot more fun when I could stay in Paducah proper because I didn't have as big of a commute. So I take my sewing machine when I go to an event. So if I was going to QuiltCon, I would be taking my sewing machine and I would be sewing. I would book the entire week. I wouldn't be just booking while the quilt show is going on or the QuiltCon is going on. I would book the entire week and take my sewing machine, sew in the hotel room, and then when it was time to go to something at QuiltCon or at the quilt show or whatever, I would leave the hotel room for that. And the rest of the time, I basically took it like it was a retreat and took my sewing time with me and all my projects that I wanted to work on. Now, whittling down to which projects to take, that was a challenge. That was a big challenge. Big challenge. All right, it says I've got 7 viewers. If you guys are there, please, please, please feel free to chime in. Love to have a conversation with everybody. I'm glad you guys are here. Probably in 2010, always wanted to sew, felt like my mom. My work friend encouraged me. I took some classes. Awesome. Well, that means you've been doing this about 14 years. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. And so I take it your mom sews and quilts. I am actually the only quilter in my family. So my mom can sew and make home decor, and she made crafts when I was growing up, and she made clothes occasionally when I was growing up. It wasn't what she enjoyed doing. And both of my grandmothers sewed garments. And then none of my cousins quilt either. I've got one cousin I think that crafts, but she's mostly yarn crafts. But my grandmother taught a lot of us to sew, and I'm the only one that kind of took it and ran. I think, as far as I know, I'm the only one that took it and ran. I don't think any of the others spend any time with a sewing machine like I do. I think they have sewing machines, but they don't like sitting in front of them every day, all day. I am glad you took the initiative to learn, Chloe. That is awesome. That is so awesome. And that is, a good point because a lot of people do learn because they see a project that they want to learn or, something like that. Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that, Glenda. No worries. I'm glad you were here. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't upsetting anybody because I do ramble. I do ramble. I feel like I ramble, which is kind of a good thing for YouTube, I guess. But I feel like I ramble. I'm glad you're still here, Glenda. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I just knew I really didn't want to hear so much about, like, I'll see all the news about the big game later. I know my Google feed just cannot help itself. It has got to show me all the news. Now, I follow, like, the British royal family. Like, I follow, everything that's going on with Kate Middleton, or Princess Catherine. I follow everything that's going on with King Charles. I follow that. Like, I'm not all up in their lives or anything like that, but I do follow them. I am not much for the U.S. media. The U.S. media definitely puts some things, and Google follows the U.S. media and puts it right in my newsfeed. So whether or not I wanted to hear about the Super Bowl, I'm going to hear about it. And I accidentally said it. I meant to say the big game. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. I don't want to get in trouble. It was an accident, I promise. Ugh. All these people flying all over the country. You don't have a TV? So I do technically have a TV, but I don't have cable hooked to it. We have a big TV out in the living room, and we have one in the bedroom, but we have not really watched cable in I don't know how long. We do have YouTube TV as a streaming service, so we can basically get a lot of what we could catch on cable. We mainly have that because my husband does have some stuff that he likes to watch. Um, and I don't know if you guys are true crime people, like listening to true crime podcasts or, anything along that lines. But those we watch. But we don't really watch cable. We have cable because it comes with the apartment, and we don't get a choice about whether or not we have it. But we don't watch it. We we watched it initially when we moved in, and then there was a blackout of the channel that we were wanting to watch that was hosting a college football game. And my husband is a massive SEC college football watcher. He watches all. He can tell you the stats and who's playing and all of that. I have it set up in my Google Calendar so I know when certain teams are playing. Certain teams that I care about are playing. But I don't. I could sit and watch football before I will watch basketball. But I will watch basketball before I watch tennis or golf. I I cannot watch golf. I can't. My sister-in-law watches golf. I I'm sorry. Golf. If you love golf, great. I am not a golf person. We started again in 2020. Not bad though. Not bad. I think a lot of people picked up crafts in 2020, and it could be something that they knew how to do or they didn't know how to do. But I think 2020, for all the bad that happened and all that was going on and all the frustration and aggravation, I think 2020 did us all a favor because, especially here in the US, it is not our culture to take time and slow down and really make time for ourselves. And 2020 put us all in a position where we didn't have all this extra that we could do, like we had been doing for our entire lives. And so we had to slow down and kind of change focus. You go from, especially if you're raising kids, you're going from one kid's activity to the next every stinking night. Your kids are enrolled in 4 activities. We're back up to where your kids can be enrolled in that many activities at once. But that whole slowing down and not being able to do what we used to do gave a lot of the opportunity to really reflect on what was truly important. So, for all the bad, it did have a silver lining in that, a lot of quilters actually started quilting in 2020 because they'd never had a chance to take the time to quilt before then. So in 2020, they were given the opportunity to do that and really take the time to learn or take the time to do something like that. It is kind of amazing. I know I'm excited too. All right, so I do know. So I'm gonna let you guys see this one. This has got two different greens and an orange. It's about to have a red added to it. So they are super, super bright. All right, I've got two colors that I've got to put with all of this. I already know what I'm doing. I already have an idea because I've already bought the fabric. So there is a border that is going around each of these diamonds. So let's see. Let me swap you guys cameras so you can really look at this pattern. Let's see. There we go. Okay. So what I am working on are these diamonds that go inside all of this. Okay? This black border that they've got in here, they didn't actually use black. It was a dark charcoal. And then they used a blue as their background. I am not going with their chosen colors. I mean, even in this one, they used a cream background and then black bordering around. And that is how the pattern is designed. The little, shining whatever on there. So, what colors, if you were doing this quilt, what colors would you put as you're sashing around the diamonds? And what color would you do as your background? So I will let you guys think about that and put that in the comments. Do you want me to leave it up or are you good? Well, I'm going to go ahead and swap either way. I used to love TV, but was addicted, so I don't watch, but I guess YouTube is just as addicting. I will say yes and no. I bought YouTube Premium, so I paid the subscription for YouTube Premium. And then, of course, for my husband, we have YouTube TV. So, we have two YouTube products that we buy in this house or in this apartment. Okay, this household. We buy it for this household. And we both watch the YouTube TV occasionally. He watches a lot more than I do. So his profile is the one that bought the YouTube TV. I am the one who is always on YouTube. And I'm not on YouTube watching regular TV type of things. I'm definitely watching other creators. And I'm not watching them to steal their content, I promise. I am watching them to get ideas and be inspired and feel inspired. And especially before I started my channel, I definitely spent a lot more time just watching everybody. Now that I've started my own channel, I don't get to spend as much time watching everybody, but I do get to pop in and just check on people and all of that. Yes, you are supporting people on YouTube. Thank you. Yes, your watch hours, Glenda, make a difference. So, actually, let me get the seam sound and I'll tell you guys. But yeah, your watch hours, likes, sharing the video. So, like if you have Facebook or Instagram or whatever, I have Facebook. I do not do Instagram. I have enough social media stuff to do without doing Instagram. It is just another platform to me. I don't spend the time. It is not valuable to other people. I don't spend the time. I don't sit on TikTok like I used to. I used to sit and watch TikTok, but I can't get behind getting on TikTok for people to sit there on their phone watching me all the time. Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely a silver lining. Okay, so let me tell you guys, when you start out as a YouTube creator. Like, for example, if you guys watch Tiffany, or if you watch Sobecca, or you watch Ian, they have plenty of subscribers, which is fine. I mean, they're trying to get to extra goals, which absolutely, it is a goal for that. Absolutely. In order to earn, to make money as a YouTube creator, I had to get 3 videos uploaded, which I'm already at, and I had to get a certain number of subscribers, I believe. I don't remember exactly, but one other thing I could do was getting 300 short video watches. So get 300 videos that are short videos that got a lot of views or something like that. The other metric that I can do in order to be able to start earning, so you guys, I could offer memberships. I do have a membership option on Patreon, but I haven't really been doing much with it. It's not been part of my schedule lately. So I do need to get back over to Patreon and start getting my subscription stuff set up there, because especially once I start offering the pattern, Patreon is where you're going to find it. I could be uploading all of these videos to Patreon. I haven't bothered yet. I am still getting my feet wet, getting my bearings, doing a weekly live and doing a Sunday update thing has already been enough of trying to figure out how to fit it into my schedule. So it's not that I don't want to, it's just that I haven't fit it in where I can know that I feel comfortable that I'm doing enough or doing the right thing. And I don't want to overwhelm myself, and I don't want to overwhelm my viewers. I don't want anybody to feel like, well, she's on this channel and she's on this platform and she's on this and she's on this and she's on this, and where the heck do we actually catch her? And I don't want there to be any kind of that. So YouTube right now is my main platform. Again, I do have that Facebook group, and again, I'll get everybody that goes to the Facebook group. I'll get you guys approved and into the group as soon as the live's over. Thank you for the comments about the colors. I really appreciate it. This is not my normal color theory, so it's a stretch. So I'm learning. I will not turn down the opportunity to learn. And so what I was going to say is, with YouTube, I can get, once I get to 3,000 watch hours, then YouTube will let me make money off of the ads that they show. So if YouTube does take you guys away to a commercial or something like that, then I do want to know, because I want to know that YouTube is stealing my people away and I'm not getting anything for it. Because I feel bad. I feel really, really, really bad about YouTube monopolizing my viewers for gain when I'm your time spent watching a commercial doesn't help me. So, and it doesn't help you. So I don't feel like YouTube should do that. But that's my opinion. YouTube is allowed to. It's privacy practices and however the heck they want to set things up. But once I get to 3,000 view hours, then I can start monetizing my channel. And so logging in today, I was at 50 view hours, so I really appreciate that. Black outline, lavender background. That's kind of in my colorway. I like that plan. It's not what I'm doing, but I like that plan. Ooh, lavender background. I don't know if my husband will let me go fabric shopping. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That's so tempting. So tempting. Okay. I'll have to keep thinking. But so yeah, I appreciate every chance you guys have to share the channel, share where you're getting content, or where you're watching your channel. If you really like the content that you're seeing, absolutely share it. Absolutely tell the other creators, hey, we really like this lady. She's really she's really fun for us to watch. Tell them to come check out the channel or whatever. Maybe they'll, send people over too. I don't mind. I don't mind sending everybody to the creators that I watch and the creators that support me. The only 2 creators so far that are supporting me that I've got listed, I've got Slay Arts, who was in here earlier watching. I've got Sean, the guy who sews, and Katie, the Greenland quilter. Those 3 have kind of like stuck out and kind of hung out with me for a little bit here and there and caught my channel and caught my content. So I really appreciate them for doing that. So I definitely like being able to support them back however I can. So they are my 3 top ones because they're already coming back to me too. But yeah, if if you get around to it and there's a video that's too long, especially like one of these lives where it's going to be long. The football game is long, so this will be long. But if you guys will just put the channel on and let it play, even if you put it on mute, I don't mind. I won't be offended. I appreciate, just getting the watch hours in. So that is awesome. All right. So I've got this strip. All right. I got one more strip set in this set, and then I'll tell you what color I'm doing. But I am loving that black outline and lavender background idea. That's probably more interesting than what I chose. All right, I'm going to also show you guys, this is that strip set. And I don't know what's up with my lighting. I don't know if it's because the lights went down outside. But I'm going to grab something real quick so you guys can see. Ugh. So my original colors, you can already tell they're dark. They're very dark. My original colorway was going to be this Emerald Forest colorway. And it was also a Wilmington Prince. I was at a quilt shop that was closing its doors for selling fabric. The owners have some medical stuff going on, so they were changing to just doing quilting for people, and they will open up a new store that's closer to where they live, so that would accommodate their medical needs. So I was going to be doing all of these beautiful, beautiful greens, but you can tell, I mean, even this light green right here, that's still pretty darn dark. It's rich. So this was my original colorway. And I will go ahead and give you guys a clue. So I was going to do, this is my original colorway, these greens. And I'm keeping my border and my background. So if you were doing the greens, what outline and what color background would you do for these dark greens? They are so, so dark. They're rich. They're very rich. And they're gorgeous. I'm not usually a green person, but these are worth it. They're so stinking gorgeous. Even for somebody who doesn't like green. I love this dot. That dot is so cute. The dot is so cute. And here's that splash that's kind of like that purple that I've got now. So think about this green, and then think about what outline and background would you have done for that, because that's what I'm actually going to be doing for this colorway. I did not change my outline or my background. I'm excited to see what you think. Alright, this is fabric 1 and fabric 2. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what you guys think. You were doing the dark greens. Yes, I love the greens too. I really do. I was laying them out and I was looking at them and I was looking at them and looking at them. And I was just like, they're gorgeous. But they're way too dark. They're so stinking dark. I would need to add some more light greens to it, I think, to really get the definition I want. So that's why I swapped to another jelly roll that I had. That's why I'm doing these bright colors. This will be more of a statement piece. Alright, so what color would you guys outline those greens with? And what colors would you do for the background? If you were doing that as your prismatic star. And I got two more seams to sew, and I will tell you for sure if you get it right. I am liking that black with the lavender idea though. Like I said, I just don't think hubby will let me go shopping again. I still have to buy my temperature quilt fabric. I've got the background color, but I don't have all the rest. And that's going to require a lot of fabrics. Because you're going to need a lot of variations depending on how close your variations are going to be. And I'm going to trim this. This one's definitely got a lot of extra room to it. And in case you wonder, this is how I fold all of my papers. So I pick a point on the line, and then I pick another point on the line that's not too awful far away. And I go ahead and press those, and then I just smooth out the paper in between. I don't bother with trying to put a template plastic or anything like that in there. I just find points and press the points and make sure that it's close enough. Alright, I'm going to trim this real quick. And I'm not going to pull out my fabrics to show you. I'm just going to tell you what those colors are going to be. I just want to know what you guys think it would be. And just remember, I planned it based off of the greens that you just saw. All those dark, rich greens. And I want to figure out what I'm going to do with 80 jelly roll strips in dark greens. That's going to be a project coming up. Oh my gosh, I have an idea. Okay. You guys are going to laugh at me. Because I think, ooh, I have an idea. Okay. You guys will hear me do that a lot. When I get an idea, I will stop mid-sentence and process the idea for a minute. And usually I'm amazed at my own idea. So you guys will hear me ooh and ah over things going on in my head that are not going on outside of my head. It happens. It happens a lot. So if I don't do what I'm thinking about in my head, what would you do with all those grains, too? Because I definitely want to showcase them. They're so rich. I want them to be the star of the show, but this star wasn't the right star for them. Alright, we're one seam closer. I'm going to press this, and then see if I've got a trim. Oh, this one I might not have to trim. It's yellow. Now I will say the yellow that I am using, the yellow from this Jelly Roll pack, as soon as I sprayed starch on it, because I did starch all my fabric, pre-starch all my fabrics, when I starched the yellow, it looked like a little inchworm. It was shortening up on the ironing board right after I spray starched it. Oh yeah, this one's not bad at all. So I'm not gonna worry about trimming that one. That one's close enough. Alright, last strip, and then I'm gonna press, and I'm gonna tell you. what we are going to do around the outside and for the background. Everybody's so quiet. Everybody's so quiet. I know we've only got 6 people in the chat, but that's okay. I can handle it. I can handle it. I got a thick skin. I'm just thankful for my 6. Maroon outline, cream background. Oh, I love how you think. Oh my gosh. That maroon might be too close to some of these reds though. And there is going to be some red on the background or on the outside of the star. But I like that. I might have white. I could do it as a white. Would white be okay instead of maroon? Gosh. Sorry, I stopped to think for a second. That is a gorgeous color idea. Not what I'm doing, but it's a gorgeous color idea. Oh, that maroon. Oh, I could see that. I can see that. That like that gives me goosebumps. That's a pretty color idea. That is very pretty. All right, so that one's big enough. So I'm gonna press it real quick, and then we'll swap cameras. I'll show you how far we've gotten so far. Because I'm gonna keep going until this is done at least. But you know, we'll stop once the game is over. Actually, brown would be a nice outline with greens. Ooh, that's an amazing idea. Okay, Chloe, I'm gonna have to like pick your brain for colors going forward. I like those ideas. I love those ideas. I don't like them. I love them. We'll put it that way. I love them. Okay. So, keeping in mind, this set does not have any blue in it. The blues are not in this set. But keeping in mind how bright these are, I mean they're really, really bright. Like really bright. Some of them are much brighter than others. But keeping in mind how bright these are, I am going to be doing a white outline, solid white, no print. It is a Kona Cotton Snow. And the background is going to be black. And it is Kona black. I did manage to pick up Kona for both of them. So these are it's going to be bordered in white, which will kind of set the colors off a little bit. And then it's going to have a black outline. So again, I was originally not doing it with these colors. I was doing it with these gorgeously dark greens. I mean, you can see how much of a difference we are looking at between the dark greens and the bright colors, the cheerful colors. So I'm going to be keeping that white outline and the black background that I was originally going to do. I have thought, because this was a tree quilt would be fun. I have so many Christmas quilts. I have a tree quilt pattern, but I can't use 2.5-inch strips. I would need a lot more than what I've got. So this will not work for that one that I'm thinking of. I will find something. I have a lot of other stuff to do too. So this is not the end of it. I have a whole bunch of 2.5-inch strips that are different colors. So I could do the green as my background. Okay, I'm going to keep brainstorming. I have a lot of ideas. And Chloe's over here giving me tons more. I'm not mad. I love it. I love it. I love it a lot. All right, so that is one more set done. So I have one more set that is just like this one. So what I am doing, let me swap you guys to the cutting board and I'll show you kind of what I'm doing. All right. So here's my color theory. All right. So what I've been working on today so far is this outer ring. So each one of these, so this, you can't see it on the other side because I covered it up with the other quilt. This set of diamonds matches that set. This set of diamonds matches this set. This set matches here, and this set matches here. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of diamonds that are duplicated. So what I'm doing is on the outer sets of these diamonds, one set is going, 4 of them are going to end in reds or pink. Pink is the 8th color. I believe that is color 8, is it not? Yes, pink is the 8th color. So it is coming through the rainbow. So red, orange, yellow, and green. This set stops at green. Green is the stop set. Then the other colorway, the other outside, is going to be purples through the colorway. So purple through blue, through green, through orange and yellow. So yellow and green are kind of at the center of it. So one set will end in green, the other set ends in orange. But the outsides are either purple and blue, or they're red and pink. Okay, so those are the outsides. So the inside of each of these is the starting colors. So instead of the white here or there, or whatever colors these are here, they are going to be my yellow or my oranges and my greens. So I'll have red tips and I'll have purple tips, depending on where I laid them out. So I'm going to work on color placement. And interior is going to be different. Those are going to be different from these exterior ones. And I will, if I get to them tonight, I will show you how those are going to work as well. Because, again, these outer ones, I've got 2 different colorways instead of, they did 4 different sets. I'm only doing 2 different sets, 2 different colors. So I'm going to swap back over. Snow is a nice off-white. Yes, it is. I love Kona Snow. I love me some Kona Snow. I've used Kona Snow for a lot. This quilt that I've been working on, the Elizabeth Hartman, that is Kona Snow. It's white, but it's not a pure white. So it's really pretty. Yeah, white will definitely be a good contrast. That's going to be around these diamond points. I think what I was struggling with. No, you're true. You're right. It doesn't have to be Christmas. I think you've met my husband. I think, Chloe, you have met my husband. If I were to show you guys the door and like outside, like the door's closed right now because puppy and tripods don't tend to cooperate. My puppy is 5 years old. He is my service dog. But puppy and tripods do not cooperate with each other. He will hit the tripods, run into them, all of that. And I can't do anything to stop it. I have tried. But out in the living room, from my doorway, if it is turned on, you are going to see our Valentine's tree. So my husband took all the Christmas decorations off, put the Christmas decorations away, and he decorated it for Valentine's. So there are ornaments that say kiss, there's ornaments that have hearts on them. I really haven't looked at it really closely. I know there's hearts. I know it's Valentine's-y. I know that the tree topper is a Valentine's wreath, like it's a heart-shaped wreath. And I know he's got Easter ready to put up as soon as Valentine's is over. So our tree is going to be up through Easter, and then it will come down for the summer, and then he'll put it back up. It will go up after Thanksgiving. He does not do a Thanksgiving tree. When we lived in Mississippi, and when we lived, the first time I ever heard of doing a different tree other than a Christmas tree was him wanting to change our Christmas tree over to be a Mardi Gras tree. He did live in New Orleans and the New Orleans area for a while. He was actually in New Orleans when Katrina hit. He was stationed there with the military in Belle Chase, and I did not know him back then. I was in a different part of Mississippi when Katrina hit, Hurricane Katrina, and but he decorated our tree for Mardi Gras, and we thought we weren't going to decorate the tree for all the different seasons since then, yet here we are. We have a Valentine's tree, and we will have an Easter tree. I've seen the tree topper for Easter. It's kind of cute. It really is. It's this felt top hat with Easter bunny ears on it. It's kind of cute. I will give him that. He is the decorator, and if he wants an Easter tree, he can have an Easter tree. If he wants a Valentine's tree, he can have a Valentine's tree. I'm not going to stop him. He is allowed to decorate however the heck he decides he wants to decorate. I am more than happy to let him do that. That is something he enjoys, relieves his stress. I let him do it. So I guess if nope, okay, my Mac. Hang on. Hang on. We're gonna fix this. We are going to look and see.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Can you guys hear me? Is that... Looks like that is working. At least it's showing on my end. And I'm going to end up working on different mics. Yay! Okay. We will go with that. And we now officially know that my wonderful little remote microphone has a limited battery life. And it was completely charged. So I don't know. But I have backup options. And it looks like, and you guys are hearing me fine, no echo or anything like that, correct? Because it doesn't look like, it was supposed to give me the option to, let me see, it doesn't let me, here we go, hang on.
Yeah. That's okay. All right. Now we're back connected to this. I just hit my lamp. No, it was not you. It was me. My microphone died. So we are going to look at a corded microphone. That will be the next upgraded equipment. So I will tell you, I started with, oh, thank you, much better, yay. I started with one camera. The camera that is on my ironing board, that is this camera right here. I have a limited range with it. It doesn't expand widthwise or any of that. It is very, very limited. So that was my very first camera. I do have a Nikon DSLR camera that I was using as well for the lives. And while it's a great idea, the same problem as battery. If I run it for the entire length of the live plus 30 minutes before, or 15 30 minutes before while I'm setting up, then it might die on me, and I really don't want to have to worry about changing it out. And I know this headset will not last all night either. I used this headset for um, using for Katie's live stream for that 12-hour, and it didn't last the whole time, but it didn't do that bad. It was pretty good. And then I apparently do have a good audio on this camera right here that is pointing to my sewing machine. So that may be my backup option. I just don't particularly like the idea of using the microphone attached to the camera, because if I do change my cameras around, I want to know what my sound quality is, because I know not being able to hear someone is bananas. It's definitely not a pleasant day. So I have gotten 2 strips sewn. I'm so glad you guys are patient with me. Thank you so much. That just, yeah, that warms my heart. Warms my heart. Not that my heart was that cold, but it warms my heart. My heart better not be that cold. So, do you guys shop for your fabric at big box stores like Joann's and Hobby Lobby or Walmart? Or do you guys shop at local quilt shops? Or do you order? Or do you shop thrift stores and secondhand sales? How do you find your fabric? When I moved up here, I knew I was going to be limited because I was used to having a Joann's about 30 minutes from my house. 45 minutes from my house, depending on traffic. And I do not have that now. I do have a Hobby Lobby in town, but the nearest Joann's is a 2.5 hour trip, whether I go towards the north part of the state or whether I go towards Cheyenne. So I have a couple of local quilt shops here, and I've been in two of them. The other one, actually, I just heard they are closing soon, like closing for good. The owner is going a different direction. So in order to go to a local quilt shop, it's still a drive, but it's still, a lot of the local quilt shops are still closer than going to Cheyenne, for me at least. But I did not grow up shopping at local quilt shops. I did not start my quilting journey being able to afford quilt shop fabric, and I can't currently always afford quilt shop fabric. It is sometimes quite pricey. So, how are you guys finding your fabric? Because I need ideas. I'm looking for ideas on how to make sure that I am getting the fabric I need. So, let's bring you guys over. Only order online, hardly even leave home unless a doctor appointment or groceries. Not bad. Not bad. What's your favorite site to order from, Glenda? Because I've ordered from Joann's, and I ordered fabric years ago for the niece's first baby. I ordered a thing from Spoonflower so I could match fabrics. But that was a lot pricier than, like, if I'd ordered yardage or whatever from Spoonflower, that was going to be pricier. So do you order from like Joann's or Hobby Lobby or places like that? I shop at my local quilt shop, online at Fat Quarter Shop, Fabric Shack, Fort Worth Fabric Studio, Missouri Star, Connecting Threads. Ooh, I haven't looked back at Missouri Star. I might need to look back at them. I've looked at Fat Quarter Shop, but I haven't ever shopped with them. Ooh, Keepsake Quilting. That's not a bad idea. I I am one of the things I'm struggling with is matching colors, because I am almost to the point where I'm going to order a Kona cotton color card, and they offer it printed, but printed is not the same as the actual fabric one. So I'm thinking I want to order the fabric one that actually has the fabric samples so I can match colors that way. But I mean, when I go to order fabrics, I'm always worried. Like, for example, let's just say I wanted to order fabrics that match these three fabrics from Wilmington Prints, but let's say they're out of print, they're no longer available. Do you order extra yardage and try to match that, or do you order samples? Like, will they ship you samples? I think the thing I ordered from Spoonflower was a sample. Like, it was a eighth of a yard or something. Like, it was super small, but it was big enough so you could see the print and see all the colors. And at the time, I was living near Joann's. Keepsake has Kona color card, not all the colors. Yeah, that's a lot of problem. A lot of places have that problem. They have the Kona color cards, but they don't carry all the colors. Fat Quarter Shop, Missouri Star, Marshall Dry Goods, etc. when I can afford. I don't think I've ever looked at Marshall's Dry Goods. That is one, I think I've heard a couple of people mention that, but I can honestly say that I have never even looked them up. I need to look them up and put them on my short list too. I, I, yeah, I'm stuttering, I'm sorry. I shopped and I love shopping at Hancock's of Paducah every time I got to go to visit Hancock's of Paducah, and I would order from them for their quilt kits because they almost always have something that I want, but I haven't ordered from them. I have only shopped them in person. I haven't had them ship anything to me yet. Fabric Shack is a designer fabric store with fabric on sale. Okay, that's awesome. I know Fallon from So Be It Quilts was saying some pretty good deals sometimes. Okay. Um, I I know Fallon with So Be It Quilts was saying that she was shopping through some of these closeout places, and there's one that's like an offload or something like that, where quilt stores sell their offload fabric that they're trying to get rid of. You heard good things about Marshall Dry Goods? Okay. Well, I guess I am going to be looking them up. My husband is going to hate y'all. My husband's going to hate y'all. No, I'm just kidding. He's not going to hate me, guys. So I don't know, Chloe, if you remember, in one of my lives I was mentioning somebody was fixing tacos. I think it was Lisa was fixing tacos. I think Vicky was fixing oven-baked chicken. Like, I mean, we had a food discussion. We had a full-on food discussion. And Lisa was fixing tacos. And I was like, yep, my husband loves tacos. And when it's a special event, we always have tacos. And he went back, and he normally doesn't watch my lives. He normally doesn't. Like, he might put the lives on or something like that to help my watch hours, but he doesn't actively sit there and watch my entire lives. He put my live on, and he watched, and he apparently paused it to get up and come find me and say, so, it's always tacos, huh? He's giving me grief. He really does fix tacos all the time. They're not bad. I like the tacos. Don't get me wrong. I won't complain about them. But he definitely eats tacos a lot, or fixes tacos a lot. Tacos is the food in this house. Or tacos are the food. Whichever way it is, yeah. It's tacos. So yeah, I'm going to have to check out the Marshall Dry Goods. They're going to have to go on my list of places to look at ordering from. I am going to order the color card. I just haven't decided when I'm going to order it. If I order it now, I would have it in time to get my fabric samples for the tempter quilt and do it all with Kona, except for the background. I might be short on my background fabric, but I do have ways that I will fill in for my background, because I'm thinking I need like 5¼ yards for my background for the tempter quilt. And I have, you love tacos too, yep, a few times a month, yep, gotta have them. Yeah, so if I order I've got 4 yards of the black grunge fabric that I've got. I got it also when that quilt shop was closing. So I can't go back to them because they don't have any more fabric right now. I cannot wait. I really hope they open up another quilt store. It'll be obviously closer to their home, which is closer to Cheyenne. But I really enjoyed shopping with them. They were fun. I spent more money than I planned, but stuff happens, right? We don't talk about what happens in the quilt store. What happens in the quilt store stays in the quilt store. I have permission from myself to not talk about what happens in the quilt store. Nope. You know what? I don't need to flip that over. I need it to stay this way. Because I am sewing on the lines. Now, Chloe, I know you said you had not done paper piecing yet. The thing that I love about foundation paper piecing is, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not having to match my 1/4 inch seam on either side. I've got this big old piece of paper, and all I've got to do is I've got to aim for the line. I've just got to feed it in, and there is a line to stitch on. In this case, it's a very long line. it won't be as long once I cut these. But, all you're doing, I know the camera takes a second to focus, but all you're doing is stitching on the line. You're trying to make the line disappear with your thread. That's all you got to do. I mean, the placement's a little bit of a challenge until you get used to it. But we can work on that. We can work on it. We can get it. We can get it. Yeah, if I had to guess, we used to have tacos about 4 times a month, like once a week. We have slowed down a little bit on that, mainly because my husband's been busy lately. But we definitely still do have tacos frequently. I thought he was fixing tacos today, but he had stuff going on all day. So it might be a fend for yourself night, which is fine. I do not mind. I will not be upset about that. Alright, so there's the line there. See if I can see the line here. We are going to see how I did on the line. Not too bad. I'm pretty close. Have you tried freezer paper piecing? I love it. Yes and no. I've tried it. I will say it that way. I have done freezer paper applique, but I have not done freezer paper piecing, if that makes sense. So like doing this, but with freezer paper. I've seen people do it, and I've watched tutorials on it. I am one of those OCDs that will end up probably stitching on the line anyway and end up ripping the paper anyway. So it's not a bad idea, but it's not something that I am particularly skilled at doing. I would probably stitch on the paper more times than I should. Now, applique. Oh yeah, I use freezer paper for applique all the stinking time. And on that super secret project that I've got coming up, or that I'm working on, it is due by this summer. So it will be able to be revealed sometime this summer. I will be doing freezer paper applique and reverse applique on it. And Chloe, I know you've seen a couple pictures so far. The part that I'm working on right now is a mosaic, and I'm using squares that start at 1 inch and finish at 1/2 inch. So the section that I'm doing, if I did my math correctly, the section of those 1 inch squares will end up being 4,800 squares by the time I am done. There will be a total of 4,800 squares sewn into it. Alright, so I am putting on fabric 8, and yes, that is fabric 8. Yeah, so what I do when I do freezer paper applique is I will take and cut the shape out of the freezer paper, and then all I've got to do is fuse it, if I can talk. Yes, they're very small. So you fuse it to the back of the applique, and then instead of doing needle turn and sitting there and painstakingly turning your edges under, what you can do with that freezer paper applied to the back of your fabric is you just trim your seam allowance around the edges, how much ever you think you're going to need. You clip corners or whatever, and then you soak it in, yeah, it's going to be a lot of squares. You soak it in starch. You use spray starch. I have not tried doing it with Best Press. I do not know if it will work with Best Press. Best Press has a very different texture to it, and I originally did my first one of them with starch. I did not have Best Press at the time. Yeah, I don't do needle turn either. Needle turn is too fiddly for me. I can do cross stitch. I can cross stitch, but needle turn is just too fiddly. I can hand sew. I will say that. I can hand sew. But I already do enough hand sewing with doing decorations on my charity project once a week. And if I share about my charity project, I will probably share that in the Facebook group. I don't want to put that out on the channel necessarily unless there's a lot of people who want to hear about it. So I do have a charity project that is not quilting. It is sewing, but it is not quilting. But I work every Thursday on my charity project. So 6 days a week, I work on quilting or quilting related items. And then on Thursdays is my day to work on my charity project. And it is an ongoing project. There will always be a need for what I make. And so I do have that. So I do enough hand sewing that's kind of necessary for the, we're in the fourth quarter. Okay. I just got an update. The game is in the fourth quarter. Woohoo! I told him to let me know, just in case. So what you do is you starch the daylights out of that fabric with the freezer paper on it. If you starch it beforehand, I mean, you can, if you want the front of the applique to be flat before you freezer paper to it. But once you've got it freezer papered, then you trim your outside edges, your seam allowance, clip your corners, all of that. Then you soak it with starch. Just spray it until the fabric is wet. Turn those edges around while it's wet, and then press it with the freezer paper in place and pressing those seam allowances back. With as much starch as is in it, when you do it that way, it is not going anywhere when you pull that freezer paper out. And then all you've got to do is applique it however you're going to applique. Whether that's by machine, by hand, whatever. I do have a massive applique project I do want to work on, and that is how I will be doing it. But I am doing it for the gift project later this year. Yeah, so the panel that I'm doing that's going to be a mosaic will be 30 inches tall by 40 inches wide. And that is going into a quilt. So when you multiply 30 times 2, it's 60, and then 80 by 2, 40 by 2 is 80. So 60 times 80 comes out to your 4,800. So they all finish at half an inch square. You can't hand sew anymore due to having hand surgery and having a bone removed. Ouch! Yeah, I can imagine that would make things more difficult. I was diagnosed with a form of arthritis in August 2 years ago. So not this past August, but the August before. And a lot of the joints in my hands are part of what's affected. So I am on a medication now that I have to go get done. That's the kind of medication they put me on, with an infusion type medication to help combat my arthritis, because I was struggling to even be doing this. Like pushing this fabric flat was hard, and it hurt so bad. So I can do it. My understanding is that I'm going to feel it. I'm going to feel back my normal amount of pain in my hands and all my other joints that are affected. I will feel that like probably a couple weeks before my next infusion. I am having carpal tunnel issues in my left hand more so than my right, and I am terrified of having surgery on my wrist because I don't want to lose the ability to do things. And holding ruler, like no matter how I hold it, it just hurts. And I've done the little grip things like the gypsy gripper or whatever on the rulers, and that's not helping my wrist either. So like my whole hand and my wrist is just sore after doing a lot of cutting. So if I can avoid a lot of cutting, I avoid a lot of cutting. So Glenda, were you the one that sent the request to Facebook? Because if so, I will be so excited. Yes, ma'am. Yes, awesome. Yeah. The, and that's one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is that quilting really can be therapeutic. And it's so amazing what you can get done because it is something you want to do and something that makes you feel good. Even if it is a struggle to do, it makes you feel good to get something done or get part of it done or, anything like that. I I was gonna cry because, not being able to quilt, it was gonna kill me. It's absolutely gonna kill me. I mean, granted, I would live, but it would be a huge, huge struggle. Um, I just sold off some. I've still got more. I used to make jewelry too, and since moving, I haven't made any jewelry because I've had so much time to quilt and sew that I haven't needed to go out to work making jewelry. So I still have all my jewelry supplies to keep making things if I want to make them, but I'm selling off all the extra so I don't have gobs and gobs and gobs of stuff that I'm not using because I don't find that's useful. If something happens to me, I'd hate for my husband to have to try to figure out what to do with all the beads. That would be a little bit of a nightmare. I have given instructions to what to do with my fabric. Now, if he remembers that, that's a whole other battle. But he's almost 20 years older, so if as long as nothing tragic changes, it may not be him handling my stuff. So I hope, he and I love each other so much. I really hope that it is not more room for fabric and sewing machines. Absolutely. Yeah, I cleaned out the whole. So I have a storage closet where all my fabric is. And in that closet, I have those plastic storage bins, Sterilite things that look like dressers, like mini dressers. I've got some of those and at least 2 drawers, if not 3, of one of the bigger ones was all beads. And then I had wires and findings and all this other stuff that goes with all of jewelry making and all. I had all of that in like toolboxes that I had for jewelry making. I had storage containers where all this stuff was going. So now all of the stuff that I'm keeping is in one little toolbox. Gorgeous little wooden toolbox. Love the thing. I mean, I wish I could reserve it for quilting and sewing, but the drawers are better suited for jewelry making supplies. But all of it is now in one toolbox, and I still have two plastic drawers, but as soon as they're sold, they're gone. So I'm not buying a whole bunch more beads either. Alright, so this one I'm definitely going to trim. So I was worried about pressing it, but even though my line is not, like I did not press directly on the line, it'll be close enough. So, it's not going to be way, way off. This lime green is just so fun. I am not used to working with bright greens or even the dark greens. Green is not my typical colorway. I am a purple person. If you watch my intro video, I am purple. My phone case is purple. My cutting mat is purple, as you guys have seen today. If something comes in purple, that is the color I get it in. I don't play with other colors as often as I should. Purple is my color. So, but those greens are so bright. They're almost like, do you remember those jelly shoes? Gosh, was that the 90s or was that the 80s? Just think of those bright plastic shoes that I know I wanted a pair. And I don't think my mom would ever get me one because I couldn't wear them to school. They wanted us wearing tennis shoes. They definitely wanted us wearing tennis shoes, but I can't help but think of the jelly shoes when I see these. They're just so bright. I can imagine little girls running around in those jelly shoes in these colors. They were 90s? Okay. Yep. I cannot remember. I mean, I was born in the 80s, but I remember the 90s. Like there's pieces and parts of the 80s that I remember, but my decade was the 90s. Used to wear them in the summer. I would have been jealous. I would have been so jealous. One of the shoes that I could not get as a kid were flip-flops. And I know in other parts of the country or like Australia or whatever, they call them thongs. Those little, your toes go like, you have your big toe and then all your other toes, and there's this piece between your toes, and then the straps over either side, and as you walk, they make a flop sound. Oh, yeah, now Crocs, they do make them in bright colors. I will say that. I am actually wearing a pair of Crocs right now on the one foot that I've got a shoe on. I do so barefoot. My other foot has to have a shoe on it. I walk around the house with Crocs on. And these are actually tie-dye ones, so yeah, they are very bright. But those jellies, those were see-through. Those were see-through bright. I could not imagine if they did Crocs see-through. Oh my goodness. All the toes we'd be seeing. I'm not sure if that would be a good thing. I mean, some people, their toes are okay. I am not a toe person. It's kind of like fingers. I'm not a finger person either. I have to have my nails done, or I try to have my nails done. But I am not a finger person. I'm not a toe person. Everybody is different. Everybody's so different. Like, I can look at pictures of people's hands or whatever, and it doesn't bother me, but it's just, I don't know. I think being able to see people's toes through a shoe would be weird for me. Like, I can see people's toes in flip-flops and sandals. Okay, weird conversations. I can get into some weird conversations. But yes, I really wanted flip-flops. Yeah, so I loved them. I wanted them. But I was not allowed to get them. So if you got sandals in my household, you walked in with them, and this happened even to my mom. My dad would look at them and go, "Where's the rest of the shoe?" And I don't know what my dad's deal with sandals and flip-flops and all that is, but the comment was always, "Where's the rest of them?" I guess he wanted us to have toe protection or something. Or he just didn't like all these kids running around half with half shoes is what he basically considered sandals and flip-flops. But he wouldn't let us get flip-flops. But Mom let us let me get a pair finally for the pool, because we had a pool that we got to go to. And I ended up wearing my flip-flops when I wasn't at the pool. And that was the one day the shoe slipped off my foot right as I was at the corner of a drainage ditch. And my foot slipped down. It was one of those side drainage ditches at the corner of a drain gutter kind of thing in the roadway. And my foot slipped, and I scraped up one ankle and the other. And Dad's only comment was basically that I told you so. But I wanted flip-flops. Oh, I was so jealous. So now I stay in Crocs all the time. I think I like them also because my dad can't say anything about the Crocs because they cover the toes.
Oh, is that so funny? Isn't that funny? All the things we do because of our childhood and things we come up with and change and don't change because either it's good or bad or we liked it or didn't like it. I was definitely a flip flop. I wanted flip flops, but then when I finally got to wear them, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, out of all the things that could have been an issue growing up, it's mild. I mean, I could have gotten into all kinds of trouble, but my one trouble was that I wanted to wear flip flops, and of course, the one day that I do. You're not supposed to wear flip flops when you ride a bike, but all the kids did, except me, because I wasn't allowed to. I mean, my parents were looking out for me. I'm not mad. It's just one of those things. One of those things. All right. I love how this red and orange look together. And with these greens, it looks so. Oh, yeah, about the gutter, yeah. That was also the same. So it was right in front of the house that also had honeysuckle. And I don't know if you've ever experienced honeysuckle. I don't know where all honeysuckle grows. I know it usually grows next to a stream. I don't know if there's any honeysuckle in Texas or in Rhode Island. But if you've ever been exposed to honeysuckle, it does tend to grow near a stream, and if you take the plant apart or take the flower apart, you can get the little nectar that's on the middle stamens, I guess, of the flower, and it's really sweet. And especially as a kid, you've got those increased taste buds where you can taste all these flavors that you might not be able to taste as an adult when your senses kind of dull a little bit, or your taste buds dull a little bit. And so this one house had honeysuckle, and I loved honeysuckle, loved the flavor of honeysuckle. And so me and the kid that lived there, we would go back behind their house where their honeysuckle was, and we would pick honeysuckle and suck it. I mean, what else do you do when you're a 90s kid and you don't have cell phones yet? Oh yeah, and New Jersey is a good place to grow honeysuckle, absolutely. And it's got a distinctive smell to it. If you've ever lived long enough or spent enough time near honeysuckle, if you walk to an area where they're growing, where they have honeysuckle, you can smell it. It is one of those smells from home kind of thing for me. I have not seen any honeysuckle here in Wyoming yet. I used to eat honeysuckle all the time when I was young. All right. Well, do you know what else grows near honeysuckle? At least the batches near my neighbor's house, they had poison ivy. And I was still young enough that I hadn't learned in school, leaves of three, let it be. And I ended up with the worst case of poison ivy. And I got it everywhere. I did not know that it was the sap on the leaves or whatever it is that causes the reaction. I didn't know you could transfer it. So I don't know if it grows in Rhode Island. Yeah, I don't know either. I will say this: when I lived in Gulfport in the Biloxi area, coastal Mississippi, I don't recall seeing any honeysuckle. I mean, there might be some there if it's far enough away from the coast, but I don't remember any being close to it. Oh, in all colors. I did not know it came in other colors. I've only seen it in yellow. But yeah, I ate a lot of honeysuckle one year and I ended up with severe poison ivy. And I thought it was because of the honeysuckle. Because little naive me
Did not know that there were two separate plants, and I was just waiting in the pine or in the poison ivy to get to the honeysuckle. I was literally stepping through it, so it was all over my legs, and of course I scratched and got it all over my hands, and of course touched my face because my face was itchy, and got it all over my face. I remember the poison ivy and all the calamine lotion and all of that. Oh, Glenda, I want to see honeysuckle in other colors. I'm gonna have to go look for it now. Glenda, you are giving me all kinds of ideas. I've got to look up Marshall Dry Goods and look at their website, and I'm gonna look up honeysuckle in other colors. All right. Oh, here's one. Here's one. And I have seen since I moved here. I love sunflowers. Love them to death. Absolutely love sunflowers. And they grow in a lot of parts of the country. Some of them grow wild, some of them don't. But I planted, when I lived in Alabama, I found a pack of seeds, and I planted sunflower at the place where I was living. And I loved it so much that I had to buy seeds the following year because I didn't harvest my seeds like I should have, like a responsible gardener. I did not harvest my seeds and had to buy seeds the following year and had to go find a place that sold them because I couldn't find the original variety that I had. Yeah, sunflowers. I love me some sunflowers. I love them. I don't eat the seeds. Like, I'll eat them occasionally, but I'm not a huge sunflower seed person. I know people at baseball games will eat and spit the sunflower seeds, but I'm not huge into that. But I love to grow sunflowers and I love to take pictures of them. But the variety that I found and planted, the original one that I found was called chocolate cherry. And I don't know, I found a different variety this year, but yeah, the giant ones, yeah. I love when the heads are like humongous. Like I can't even put it in this camera, just humongous. The chocolate cherry ones, the heads weren't super big, like they're not oversized, but they were still a good 7 feet tall. They were still tall, tall sunflowers. But the centers of chocolate cherry, or other varieties like it, are dark, like the regular sunflower, so the dark centers. But some of them have kind of an aura around them, around the center. So you'll have a bright pop of color, like a little bit of an orange or something. Then you'll have dark petals, and you'll have just a little um, touch of a different color. So, like one year, the variety that I grew had like a maroon outside edge and had more of an aura around the center. The other year, it was more subdued aura around the center. So, like the center is still the dark sunflower center that you're used to, but it had more distinguished color on the petals. So depending on where you buy your seeds will determine what color variety you get. I know I've got a catalog for Baker heirloom seeds. I believe they're out of Missouri. Don't quote me on that, but I believe they're out of Missouri. And they have a beautiful dark sunflower variety too. I don't remember what all seeds I ordered from them. I ordered 2 years ago from them because I didn't plant anything last year because we were moving. But the year before that, I ordered and planted what I ordered. And I will have to look and see what seeds I still have because I do still have some in storage. And they've been protected. They haven't been exposed to extreme heat, but they might have been exposed to extreme cold. So I might have to check on them. But they have not been exposed to water of any sort. So we'll see. And then maybe by this time next year, I will be planting seeds. So I'm going to swap real quick to my main camera for just a little bit. So it is yellow and greens. Yellow and green. Yellow and green. And I'm about to add a red. Very, very distinct colors. So I am, ooh, let's see, 1 and 2. I think 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Yes, okay. So this is my last outside. So that will have gotten us through 4 outside pieces, 4 outside diamonds, and that will get us all of our outside diamond pieces, because I'll get 4 diamonds out of each set. And then all I will have are the 2 interior ones. So I think what we will do is we will stop after this one, and I will get the others put together and have something to show you guys on one of my Tuesday night lives, because what I will have to do is cut these apart and then start stitching them back together. And I love sunflowers. They are so insanely gorgeous. Let's see, that sounds beautiful. Sunflowers, yes. And it's so different. So I was trying to tell somebody the other day. So my first year, I was at the house that we lived at for 2 years, and I had 2 growing seasons because we moved in April, and I grew that first year, and then we were there another summer, so I got to grow a second year. But then we weren't going to be there last summer. So I had 2 growing seasons, or 2 summer seasons at the house we were living at. And the first year I grew Morning Glory, and there was one other flower. So Morning Glory is a nightshade. Um, it's a nightshade vine. But Morning Glories open in the morning sun. So there's that last strip. So all of my exterior strips are done. So I've got 8 pieces to do, and that will get my my interior star pieces done. So I did whatever I am on at 5 p.m. Mountain Time, and you are Central Time, so that is 6 p.m. your time, Glenda. I will be on at 6 p.m. your time. I believe you are in Central Time. So if you are in Central Time, I will be on at 6 p.m. your time. Chloe, I'll be on at 7 your time. I believe, correct? Because you're Eastern Time. Yeah, so I will be on evening. A lot of my local ladies that join me on Tuesday nights, yep, absolutely. A lot of the ladies that join me on Tuesday nights are going to dinner or eating dinner or fixing dinner during my Tuesday night lives. So they will stop in and then they'll tell me what they're fixing for dinner. So Tuesday nights, there will be food. There will be food discussion. I apologize. There's always food discussion. I do not eat on the channel. I do not eat in front of you guys. I will drink my sodas. I've got to have my caffeine somehow. Oh yeah, absolutely, Glenda. And if you are in the Facebook group, I will try to do a reminder, because again, this Tuesday is a big night. This Tuesday is the giveaway night because I reached 50 subscribers. So if you guys are watching and not chiming in, that's fine. Or if you're watching this on the replay, make sure to tune in Tuesday night. Tuesday night is majorly important. I have announcements coming up galore. I have a new pattern that will be out, I am hoping, before the middle of April, at least by the end of April. And I will be doing a future giveaway for that pattern. So there will be a lucky winner in the future at another giveaway that will be winning that pattern once it's available. You're finishing up dinner at that time. I understand. I will be on for about an hour on Tuesday night, so it's not a super long live. But I will watch to make sure you're there. I'll definitely check for both of you ladies, Glenda and Chloe. Thank you for chiming in. So I will be announcing about the pattern. Near the end of the live is when I will do the giveaway on this Tuesday night. And that is for reaching 50 subscribers. And we have actually topped that out. I was at 44 subscribers, and I was chiming in over at Katie's channel and happened to mention, I was like, yeah, I'm at 44 and I'm trying to get to 50. Hi, Lori. Yes, thank you. I'm glad you'll be there. Thank you. So you guys have put me at 60 subscribers by the time we started this live tonight. So I am very thankful for all of you guys. I will be showing my progress on this prismatic star. I will also be doing a little bit of sewing on the Elizabeth Hartman pattern on this Tuesday. I won't get a chance. Awesome. Thank you, Glenda. I appreciate it. I won't get a chance to do as much sewing on Elizabeth Hartman off the camera for the next few days. I have got probably, I don't know if I'm going to do it Monday or if I'm going to wait until this upcoming weekend. I have got to get all 5 of my quilt tops basted so that I can start quilting them. Some of them are going to be quilted on the baby, or this is the beast. So my little one is Beauty. This is the beast, and I'm gonna remember what I named my long arm. We will work on the name for the long arm. But so I've got a small one that is a Beauty, and this is the beast. So the beast gets to quilt at least one of those quilts, and the others will probably be under my long arm. I do have a sit-down long arm. My table right here actually expands out, and I have a long arm machine that sits in it. So I will be getting those quilted, but I've got to set up tables and all of that to be able to baste those. So I don't know if Tuesday night I'll have a show and tell on that. Thank you. Yeah, okay, so a little bit of backstory. Beauty is a Bernina 350 patchwork edition. So it's a smaller machine, like much smaller machine. But I have a Ricky Timms edition. It was before 2016. I don't know. I know they're not available anymore. It was a limited edition, kind of like the Tula Pink Berninas are. They're limited edition. So the little face plate that Bernina puts on it is colored. It's got some designs on it. So mine is a Ricky Timms edition, and I carried Beauty with me to. Or no, actually, I apologize. This is Beauty. The long arm is the beast because the small one, her name is Ricky. I was trying to figure out why my names weren't matching. So this is Beauty. The long arm that goes in my table is the beast, and my small one is Ricky. But I took my machine with me to Paducah because again I was going to sew in the hotel room when I wasn't at the quilt show, and I took it with me, and Ricky Timms did autograph my machine. So my Ricky is not going anywhere, but I'm not going to name this Lucy. So I'm not going to have Ricky and Lucy. So I have Ricky, Beauty, and the Beast. Those are my 3 machines. I do have a serger that does not have a name. It will never get a name. It is not name worthy to me. I like it. No problems with it, but it is not name worthy. But I will be using Beauty to do at least one of those quilts. So I will try to schedule them when I get, I'll try to get them basted. I don't know if I'm going to get all 5 of them basted before I go to Guild tomorrow night. Probably not, so I'll probably baste this upcoming weekend. So you guys will see me quilting, not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday. But I will have some announcements. I'll have a few little business matters I want to take care of and just bring up and mention, but I definitely want to do it to my regular clientele, the Tuesday night crew. So if you guys are part of my Tuesday night crew, you'll see it. You'll hear me. You'll hear me Tuesday night. But I don't want to do it on, my extended live. I don't want to make people watch the entire thing just to hear the news. So I'll do all of that on Tuesday. So I want to thank you guys so much for joining me. We have actually been on for 4 hours, if I am being honest. How do I baste sprayer pens? Very, very good question. So I do pins and thread. And let me clarify. Because of my hands and because I do have arthritis and I'm trying to save my hands as much as possible, I have I'm trying to think of the name of it. There's a little wooden tool and there's little plastic clips that go on the back of your pens. Um, I will pull up the names and have the names for you Tuesday night. But I do pen based, but I don't have a whole lot of pens. Like I've got 200 pens, something like that. I might have 3 or 4, something, but it's not a huge amount of pens. It's not enough to do 5 quilts. So what I will do when I do my basting, and this is kind of the reason it probably won't happen all in one day, and it will probably happen over the weekend, this upcoming weekend. Yeah, quick clips. Yes, you've got it. You've got it. Those are the pens I use. But I do basting in batches. I don't finish a quilt and then immediately get it all basted and ready to quilt and then quilt it before I go on to the next project. I have too many projects going on at one time to be able to do that. So what I do is I will use my quick clips and get that basted that way. I do not use sprays. I am in an apartment. I have used sprays in the past, and I only use them on the really, really, really big quilts. Like when it is laid on the garage floor, like clean the garage floor as like clean as you can get it, like mop it and everything, and then tape the backing to the garage floor, and then spray baste and lay your batting down with help, and then spray baste and then lay your top down with help. That's the only time I spray baste. I do not do it otherwise because I cannot do the chemicals and I can't have them in the house. I can do them out in the garage, but I cannot do them inside. So I do that, and then what I do after I've or done the pins is I will bring it to Beauty, and I will do a super long stitch. So my machine will go all the way up to a 6 millimeter stitch. So I will stitch just straight lines, 6 millimeter line, stitches apart. I will just basically quilt it, but not with a stitch that's going to last. And I do it in really odd colors. So if I'm going to quilt, so like one of my quilts has blue on the background and the blue backing, and then it's got blue and cream on the front. If I baste it with a color, which I will do one side as color, I'm going to probably use red or yellow. Like it's going to be seriously weird colors. It's going to stand out. And then in the bobbin, I will have wash away thread. So all I've got to do when I get done is all I have to do is throw it in the washer. That red or yellow or whatever color, bright color thread, I do use a polyester thread for this, for the basting. But once I get done washing it, all I have to do is pull the red thread out. And if I didn't stitch through it, I don't have to cut it. If I accidentally stitched through it, no big deal. All I have to do is take scissors and clip close to my quilting, and then the polyester thread will just, kind of shred out. It'll come out in pieces. But I only do the polyester thread on one side, and then I do the wash away thread on the other. So what I'll do is I'll do my clips, come in and baste that quilt so I can take all those pins out. And then it can sit there with the polyester thread and the wash away thread as stitching, basting. It can sit there for as long as it needs to, as long as I'm not ready to quilt it, or if I've got other projects to do, I can do them. But I've got a blue one, I've got
a Quilt of Valor, which is going to have red, white, gold, and blue on the front. And it's got a blue background, blue backing as well. I've got one that is teal, green, pink, and is it just teal, green, pink? I think it is just teal, green, and pink on the front. It's going to have pink on the back. And then I've got one that's going to have red on the back, and it has white, green, and red, and cream on the front. So I will baste all of those with pins, and then I'll come in here and stitch to get the pins out, and then I can quilt them as I get time to do that. So okay, well, I don't want to bail on everybody, but I think we have gone probably a little long. I know the game might still be going on for just a few more minutes, but it should be over pretty soon. Um, and that's without having looked at any of it. It is 32 degrees outside here, and it is really, really dark, and it's 8:15 or 8:13 at night. So, but I want to say thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for sitting and chatting. Thank you for just lurking. If you're in the background just lurking, I appreciate every last one of you. And I will see you guys all on Tuesday night. Since I didn't do an update today, I will do an update tomorrow. So look for an update tomorrow, and that will give you more information. And thank you, Glenda. I appreciate it. You and Chloe, thank you. And Lori, thank you for chiming in. I want to thank you, ladies. You guys really did make my night just chiming in. And, I know it's a lot of commitment to sit there and in the chat and all of that. So I appreciate it, you guys. All right. Well, have a good night, and I will see you guys Tuesday if I don't see you before then. You're welcome, Lori. Thank you.